Oh, thank you.
Yeah, did you say that? I mean, that's kind of like the 109 country trope that you see floating around here all the time. You see people make the memes about let's make the USA 110. It's total. I mean, that there's no valid historian validates that claim. Like, if you went back and you actually just itemized out the skirmishes in different cities, you might get 20 to 40. The actual total of countries where Jews have been quote unquote expelled is not. There aren't 109 countries. It's just total garbage. And if you research the history and you look into it, you see that there has categorically over and over decades been so much anti-Semitism propagated globally that I don't know. I just think people don't do the research.
I think what Bima is talking about is when Hitler was trying to get rid of the Jews, and he sent like boatloads of people into various places, and they were.
What year was this? What year did she quote? What year did she quote?
Oh, I don't remember the year. I think she said 1936 is when the pamphlet was written.
Yes, 1936.
Okay, so that explains it, because in 1919, hold on, let me really go back, because 1913 is really when we started to address anti-Semitism in the United States. But I mean, in the summer, like, what was it? The summer of 1919, Hitler first released what is it? Gemlich letter condemning fucking anti-Semitism. This was the same time, in the same time frame, that Hitler is viewed as a fucking great political theater. He was strong. He was Times Magazine's Man of the Year. We held the Olympics, and we all catered to them. In fact, there was a push in the United States to make German a second fucking language, which Teddy Roosevelt was like, fuck no, we are not making German a second language. We ain't fucking putting that shit up. Fuck those Polish sausage eating bastards. Those fuckboys could go back over to Germany, is basically what he said. And we had a whole push, but in 1913 we had the ADL that was formed, because that was off of the famous case where the Jewish guy was hung, and there was a lot of fucking issues with that case. But we got the ADL, and then the Lithuanians were purged. There was a whole lot of battles between the fall of the Tsars in Russia and their empire, which caused great catastrophe, especially in a lot of those eastern provinces and various territories. You had Hitler rising up and earmarking and pushing through in Austria and other areas around that about how great he was going to be for all these people.
That was the 30s, though.
Right? That was the 30s. But I mean, prior to that, the stage was set for all of that, and particularly in post-World War I, when everybody was in economic turmoil, because almost all of Europe was fucking struggling afterwards. So, I mean, to quote a pamphlet and say this is historical accuracy is false. Yes, there was anti-Semitism. There was actually a lot of countries were just like, we don't give a fuck. But the overwhelming issue was that it wasn't just Jewish people that were targeted. This is where I get really pissed off. It was homosexuals, it was LGBT members, it was black people, it was dark tan people, it was fucking people of different areas, gypsies. They were fucking targeted. Whole groups were moved. Various sects of Christianity were moved out of the areas. Like, there was a whole big push, but it's always just focused on the Jews. And it's like, I don't know how to describe it, Devin, but I get pissed off at that like whole like, we're going to just slide in the passive-aggressive anti-Semitism. Like, I'd rather they just come out and say, you know what, I hate fucking Jewish people. I have no context or reason why, but I just hate Jews. And they want to continue that rhetoric instead of trying to be the pussyfoot and tiptoe up to the line without actually being accused of crossing it over.
Now, the reason why there's this one.
The reason why they have this focus on Jews is because they see Jews as being the winners, right? Like, as much as they lost as anything else, they lost however many people during the Holocaust. They see them as the quote unquote winners because they got a state. I mean, and it wasn't as if Jews were gifted a state, because Jews purchased land. They did a lot of work, a lot of legwork in order to like get a state and to build a state. And as far as anything else goes, if you read the Balfour Declaration, which everybody likes to quote, I don't think anybody's ever read it, or you read the Israeli Declaration of Independence, all of these documents, these founding documents of Israeli society, also included the minority populations as being equal partners in the land and on the soil, who have full rights as citizens. And the people, the Palestinians who were there that tried to tried to kill the Israelis once Israel was founded as a state, they basically rejected it. Like, you can't include somebody that wants to kill you at the same time. And that's why today.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were.
Today, Israel has 2 million Israeli Arabs who are notably otherwise Palestinians, and they live in peace, they live in harmony. Yeah, there are some clashes, but name a country that doesn't have clashes behind some minority groups. But they have less clashes than the Druze and the Arabs that live in Syria. They have less clashes than the Palestinians and the other Arabs that live in Syria or Lebanon. So.
But Sam, and here's where they'll couch it too. Like, it was called Palestine back before Israel was founded. Okay, correct. But it wasn't a country. It was a territory. We considered the whole swath of land Palestine, which included, correct me if I'm wrong, and please feel free, it included like Jordan, Syria, Saudi Arabia parts, all the way even extending it to Egypt at points. So like those boundaries have shifted. I mean, even on monuments, you have fought in England and in Ireland, you'll have like soldiers' tombs where all those prior wars, you'll sit there and see in the Palestinian territory. It was just called Palestine because it was a region, and the British just stuck to it. It was a huge fucking region that even if you looked at back then and compared it to today, you would be, oh, well, I guess it wasn't necessarily a country because it was just a territory that was conquered by whichever nation it was, whether it's Ottoman Turks or whether it was somebody else. It didn't matter. It was just considered a territory. It wasn't considered an individual nation. And these people were tribal at that time, which is part of the problems we have in the Middle East because they're still trying to figure that out. But they were mostly tribal. They just existed in a territory. And they held it, much like Native Americans. That's the only way I can give it equal context to. And they were conquered by massive other people. Like, there has never been a time that I don't think that region has never been conquered and controlled by an empire of some sort until today.
Yeah, the formation of Israel, it's definitely muddy. Like, I think a lot of people don't appreciate the struggle that went into it. It wasn't just a carte blanche acceptance of a Zionist state in the late 40s. I mean, a country that's very antagonistic towards Israel today, Ireland, was actually one of the first to back the state of Israel, and actually were, in the run up to the formation of Israel, they were there was a lot of Irish support because they were a lot of the Zionists were fighting against British rule, right? I mean, there's the King Jordan hotel bombing, and where the Israeli, I won't, freedom fighter or terrorist, however you want to put it, they bombed, factions bombed the British kind of military sort of installation there and killed a bunch of people. The United States was not like wholly on board initially. Actually, the instrumental country, the critical support came from Stalin and the Soviet Union. Because very soon after, the Soviets and Stalin were sour to Israel and Zionism, but there was a window there after World War II where, in fact, that's who they were backing massively. And a lot of the military aid by way of Czechoslovakia came through directives from Stalin to the Zionist founders, Messerschmitts, all sorts of arms, training for, and this was all very critical armaments required in order for them to make the final push. So it wasn't clear cut that the world over, the West were in favor of this. The British were quite antagonistic to the idea of a Zionist state. And we're being bombed. A lot of service people were killed, intelligence officers, diplomats were killed by Zionists seeking to form a country there. So.
But the world is better place for the existence of Israel. It's a very productive country. It's not initiating wars. The war was initiated on October 7th against Israel.
Devin, with all due respect, I think you're severely downplaying Israel and the Jewish people's contributions to this world.
Thank you.
George, you're so awesome when you're sober, and my being a smart ass.
What's that? Sorry, bad connection.
I said you're awesome when you're sober.
Yeah, thanks.
Ooh, Roger, is that true? I know that Trump was flirting with this idea of, we're going to clean up DC. The homeless people are going to be, we'll house them, but they're going to be housed away from DC and all this stuff. So he's pulling the trigger here. I'm curious what you think about this, because I know you're kind of libertarian-minded. Is this an imposition on civil rights?
Well, let's look at what he's actually doing here to see whether or not it's an overstep. Why do you believe that the National Guard is being deployed?
I assume it's to quote unquote clean up Washington D.C. from the scourge of homelessness and drug.
My understanding is that it was a response to a massive increase in carjacking, is what my understanding was, and that the DC was unable to handle it, and the citizens were freaking out.
And DC is basically a creature of the federal government, right? Like the mayor is accountable to the House and all that.
Sort of. They've only been having a mayor since 1974, so this is in historical context for the U.S. This is recent. But even under the mayor and the city council's leadership, I think homicide. It depends on the statute. Like crime is down overall because people go back to like the 1980s, whenever this happens. But homicides are really high, even if they've dropped a little bit. But the National Guard I believe that the primary trigger for this was the attacking of not just one aide, but there's been multiple attacks on various political figures in the last 10 years. This also isn't the first time we've deployed the National Guard into D.C. People are very quickly to forget the 25,000 that were deployed in D.C. post-January 7th, and how they stayed for, I think it was up to 3 months, and some even remained longer. So that was a huge, significant boost, and I believe the National Guard is just providing protection. They're there as a deterrence, not as an investigative force.
Yeah, he's characterizing DC as being like full of filth and crime. I know yesterday he was zeroing in on kind of like homelessness and poverty, but today it seems to be more crime orientated. I mean, they're linked sometimes, but is there like an official statement? Or is it just Trump tweets?
Well, Trump tweets are official statements.
Yeah, but usually like Trump will have like there'll be like letterhead from the White House or something like that. But I get you.
Yes, apparently there was a memorandum released. I'm trying to pull it up right now.
Yeah, apparently he's going to be holding a press conference. I'm reading this. This is from NBC News. The president said the subject of the news conference will be not only involve ending the crime, murder, and death in our nation's capital, but will also be about cleanliness and the general physical renovation and condition of our once beautiful and well-maintained capital.
Morning, everybody. That press conference just finished.
Oh, okay.
And he had Cash Patel, he didn't speak, Pam Bondi, Judge Perino was there talking on behalf of the court system. He had Doug Burgum talk because a lot of Washington, D.C. is under the national parks, which falls under him because he's Secretary of the Interior. It was quite a long press conference. So, yeah, that's basically what he was saying, is that not only is he want to get the crime under, he wants to get the city fixed up. He thinks it's a shame that it's fallen into such disrepair. So there was
he used terms like savagery and stuff. He's invoked Section 740 of the 1973 DC Home Rule Act to federalize the Metropolitan Police Department. So it allows the federal control for 40 days with congressional approval required for an extension. Up to 1,000 National Guard troops may be deployed this week under Trump's direct authority. He called Monday, he called today Liberation Day, vowing to, quote, take our capital back, end quote. He's also pledged to remove homeless encampments from central DC. And then violent crime in DC is down 26% compared to last year. But last year was especially bad.
Right? They're like, oh, it's down. Yeah, it's still high. Like, fuck, it's our. I don't know if I like this approach, but like right now, it's our nation's capital. We should not have to worry about, we should expect, there's great monuments there. The Smithsonian's there. You have all of these beautiful parks around it, all these institutes, and yet we seem to have a problem just locking our capital of our country and making it a place where, hey, people can actually go and see this and not have to really worry about, getting carjacked, getting killed, getting raped. I think those are things that we need to look at. And DC is a gun-free zone. I mean, good luck trying to bring a gun into that city, but apparently, I guess the criminals aren't listening to the laws.
Well, so it was ironic because during the conference, they were talking about how it was the most packed that the president's briefing room, the White House briefing room, had ever been. And one of the guys that got asked a question, one of the journalists says, well, I have personal experience with this because he was robbed at gunpoint by a kid with, last year. And so they were all kind of, it seemed like they were kind of down for it because they have to live it every day, all the people that were in that room.
To be fair, like I get the sentiment regardless of what the crime rate is at in DC. I understand what you're saying, Brett, but relatively speaking, not just like comparing to last year is kind of a weird way to do it, but if you look across, like DC has historically been a city with problems, right? It's not some new phenomenon. Actually, if you do look at it over a longer period, multi-decade, it is, and it's like this across the board. Crime is way down from, especially violent crime, from peaks in the late 80s, early 90s. Like things are relatively better. It has upticked since the low in the kind of the mid 2010s, where it was at the rates we haven't seen since the mid 50s. But it is still it is up from there, and it kind of spiked a bit with COVID. But even the spike in COVID was nowhere close to where it was in the 80s and 90s, 70s, 80s, and 90s. In Washington, circa 1979 was in far worse shape than it is today.
I'm not discounting those facts, but I mean, like, if you go by, what was it last year? It was like, 275 murders in D.C. last year. And then they go, oh, well, we've had a significant drop. I still think 275. I think 50 is high in DC. I think 25 is high in DC. It's not that big of a city per se. The surrounding areas, yes, they contribute to this. But when you look at DC itself, I'm confused as to why people are saying like, oh, DC overall is just, it's a general safe place. When we look and you're like 275 in 1 year for such a square miles, a small city. That just, it boggles my mind to know that 275 people were murdered in DC alone. Just DC. That's insane.
Yeah, according to the White House fact sheet from last hour, the Washington D.C. has one of the highest robbery and murder rates among large U.S. cities nationwide, with the homicide rate exceeding 27 per 100,000 residents in 2024. Where I think what's the average is like. It's 1.7. I think it was the homicide rate in the United States in 2023 was 6.8 per 100,000. So that's an outlier. 27 per 100,000 versus 6.8.
I mean, DC has always been known as, like, in the U.S. has always been known as murder capital. We've talked about it for decades. How the high crime rate and how the high murder rate. People should have concern because that's where your policymakers are. These are the people that are governing not just your nation, but they're determining geopolitics on a grand scale. And I mean, just to worry about somebody getting carjacked. I mean, we almost had, what was that guy? There was some guy during the RNC. I think that was in Maryland, but it was like right on the border of DC. He had to run for his life, him and a bunch of them, because he was at an RNC convention. People were going to beat like literally do fucking horrifying things to him because he was gay and he was doing gays for Trump or some bullshit like that. And he had to run with his staff to get away from groups of people. There was no crime reinforcement or crime protection or police. And again, you have the famous one of Rand Paul, who was getting fucking attacked by people there. These are just protesters who conducted violence. Now you've got the other crimes that are going on. Again, it's our nation's capital. I agree with people like that. It should be the safest fucking city in the U.S.
To be fair, Rand Paul got beaten, got the shit beat out of him by his neighbor from Kentucky too.
That's Kentucky. I expect that out there. I mean, I think there's only two last names in Kentucky. But again, I look at it like the Smithsonian. If you haven't been to DC, it's fucking beautiful. The cherry trees in the spring are mesmerizing. All the monuments are great. When you go and look at the Vietnam Memorial, when I went there the 3 times, it was eerily quiet. Like not even the birds were chirping. It's as if it was some somber place. You can go see the Eternal Flame, the Pool of Reflection, which looks more like a pool of shit right now these days. But all of these places, the Washington Monument, it should be a #1 tourist spot. It should also be a place where people go to learn history, to see history. You should be able to go visit a gallery and to meet Congress people, movers and shakers, and see them in action. You should go see the great artwork that exists there, the architecture. There's other museums there. There's you could go look at some of the not so great moments in history, like Black history, Native American museums. These all exist there, but people aren't going to go visit them if DC is DC right now. Like it should be literally. I mean, I'm trying to think of another nation that has their capital outside of ours. London is kind of a shithole too, but we should really lock DC down and be not lock it down militarily, but we should have very little crime within DC itself. Like there's just I don't get it. I don't understand that proclivity to commit crime there. It just doesn't make sense to me.
So, Brad, let me ask you something. And sorry if I missed you or if another speaker has already mentioned this. I know I heard somebody earlier mention something similar that I just mentioned. The DC police data indicates that the violence is down and decreased. But I've not been to DC. I don't think. I've traveled many places and I just don't remember. But I think I would remember. So you've been there, or anybody else who lives in and around the Capitol, is the violence as bad as they're saying, as they're reporting, as Trump is indicating? Is the National Guard necessary?
Well, I can tell you that when I was brought in for Congress to talk with congressional aides and stuff like that on the insurance funds, I can tell you that when I first went there, this was many years ago, I was able to walk down. The last time I was there, they said that I couldn't walk. I had to actually take a car. And they sent a car with two other gentlemen to pick all of us up. So if that gives you an indication that they're concerned about safety, even our own government is concerned about the safety of people going in to conduct business in DC. The last time I was there was 2 years ago. There's a heightened sense of security at every entrance point. Like you're just like, wow. There's plain clothes, and then you have various entities that are walking around. Like a lot of people mistake them as thinking they're just men and women walking a dog. But most of those dogs that you see in DC are actually canine units, and they're working to smell, various substances like bombs, guns, etc. And these dogs just react. They walk by, they'll indicate, or they'll give a trigger, and then someone will call and say, "Hey, this guy, got targeted," and boom, they're down. So there just seems to be a very high presence of Capitol Police that are actually doing their job. But the DC Police, I mean, if you ride the subways in DC, which it's a joke. It's literally not safe. I can't imagine having to work in DC and go. You have to ride a subway. I wouldn't. The blue line is it or green line? That one's a fucking mess and a half. I wouldn't touch that one. I wouldn't ride that. I'd walk. I would rather walk and gain than take that subway system. It's not safe. There's somebody on it to protect you.
But Nye, this is when your point about like what the stats that are being thrown around, and I think that this is an interesting case of how statistics can be manipulated, right, to fit narrative. So, it's down year on year. It is also down relative to multi-decade averages, right? But it's saying it's down 27% from last year. Last year there was a bit of a spike, right? And we saw that across the board the last couple of years. There was kind of a post-COVID spike in violent crime rates, and things are down from that this year. But so there's sort of a manipulation of the data there. But then on the other side, while Washington D.C. is elevated at the homicide rate versus the national average, the relative national average is down as it is in D.C. So both sides kind of manipulate the data to make it look the way they want it to look. But I think it goes without saying that regardless of the trends, if you just look at the here and now and you look at the violent crime rate in DC versus other major metropolitan centers in the United States, it is considerably higher. So there is a problem regardless.
I mean, it's almost getting to the point too in certain parts where you're going to need a shit map to avoid them on the sidewalk, because that actually happens down in DC. In case for those that don't know, like it's not like a whole fun trip. When you have to like work there for a few weeks or a month at a time, then you start to see the real nitty gritty. I can't state that enough. Like, it is just mesmerizing and amazing. But there's that factor of massive crime. Like, it's such a concentrated. I think that's the part that's missed. Is it's so concentrated that you don't have a way to escape it. So even small numbers have dire impacts on the populace.
So there's another question here, and this is one the NIMBYism, right? Okay, so there's an attitude with people sometimes if they see something they don't like, homelessness, high crime, right? They're like, get it out of my face, like, get it out of here, right? And so but like, where does it go? Like, it doesn't just go away; it just goes somewhere else, right? And for some people who are myopic and they're thinking, they're just like, well, if it's out of sight, it's out of mind. I mean, if it's it's someone else's problem, it's not my problem, so I don't care anymore, right? So this is a classic sort of logic, and Trump seems to be applying this to DC. So basically, what, whether they go to Baltimore, like, where are they going? Because he's talking about, like, we'll house them, but not in DC. They're gonna have to go outside of DC. So what, like the suburbs in Virginia, like where all the CIA people live? Like, where exactly are these people supposed to go? And where are they going to build these, like, shanty towns or homelessness buildings or whatever the hell it's planned? I don't even know what it is. But he's just, like, adamant they are not in DC anymore. But they don't just go away; they go somewhere else. And so what does that mean? This is what the NIMBYs never want to answer. They just care about what's important to them here and now. They don't care about the ramifications for others and the impacts of what they wish to have done, how that could just agree. Because you're going to have NIMBYs wherever they go to the next place, they're going to have NIMBYs there. And they're just going to have this, like a hobo kind of troop that just sort of, like, wander the Northeast. What's going on?
Hey, this is John. I'd like to say something about, post-COVID-19, after everybody was told to stay at home, particularly service workers, If you want to talk about misinformation, fake news, or using statistics to lie, claiming incredible job growth after we shut down the entire economy is the dumbest fake news, and the fact that we sat here and ate it up and were constantly lied to is very obnoxious. I put some links in the chat.
Back to your point, and John, everybody knows that. Everybody knows that was false. But Adam, to your point, I don't think you can put shanty towns in DC. I am trying to think where you would put that. Like, you don't want methadone clinics on every corner in DC. You don't want homeless shelters on every corner. Bethesda looks like more of a ghetto area. That's in Maryland. But I mean, like a lot of DC itself. I do think it's incumbent on states to say, hey, you receive federal dollars to help deal with your homeless programs. You receive massive amounts of money to deal with your drug policies, all from federal taxpayers. Like, it should be incumbent on the states to kind of solve this problem, and it shouldn't be on DC to build these institutes in an already concentrated city it's not very large. Look at the square miles of it. It's not a big city. It's not one of our biggest cities, at least land-wise.
Okay, so then Baltimore. Okay, well, Baltimore, right? Is that what's going to happen? It's just going to be Baltimore.
Baltimore's already a shit show. So
yeah, we've all seen The Wire. Okay, so you know what? Delaware is a relatively quaint place. So I guess Delaware, it's in the geographic vicinity. So so Delaware is less shit. So we bring more shit there. That's the plan. I don't know.
Are you just incentivizing homelessness by making them move? I mean, they are human beings. They have minds, and they think about alternatives. I don't think
but this is the bootstraps. Okay, so maybe a percentage of them will themselves on bootstraps, but a lot of them are not. They're just not going to. Like, there's the reality that shoulda, woulda, coulda, that these people will miraculously find employment and housing and self-sufficiency. But we all know that's not going to happen for critical mass of these people, regardless. And so you're still left with like the reality of that, and having to check the like we wish it was this way and deal with reality.
So isn't the reality, Adam, that a lot of people are homeless by choice and design? Because it is a choice at some point, to start picking up meth, right? It's a choice at some point, to go into that liquor store and come out with that little brown paper bag full of a bunch of that devil's juice. I feel like there are choices in life. Like I think this is great. I think this is great. I think that this is great in Washington. I really do. I would personally like to see, Donald Trump tear gas another crowd that opposes him and getting out of the way so he can take a picture. I feel like there needs to be a sense of order that is restored. I want to see Washington, D.C. turn into an Instagram Gen 2 sweet commercial, okay? Gen 2 holiday commercial, okay? I want to see the National Guard chasing a bunch of fat liberals through Georgetown. I want to see people getting arrested. I think that it's time to restore some type of order. Like, Roger made a very good point that, D.C. should be the safest city in America. The fact that we have all of this stuff that's going on and nobody is making a dramatic effort to create a public perception of taking the safety of that city seriously is laughable. So, this is what I voted for. People can keep complaining about Donald Trump. But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I'm not complaining about it. I'm just trying to deal with the real politics here, right? Like, so people, what do you do with the people that still continue to make these choices? What do you do with them? That's the big question here. What do we do with them? Not like what they should be doing, but what the people who aren't doing what they should be doing.
Sober up or go to jail. Simple.
Okay, so jail. All right, jail it is. That's then is there the capacity?
Yeah, and I think that we need to tighten up our prison department. The fact that people are able to make hooch, and the fact that people are able to, smuggle drugs in their box braid, wig extensions, that to me is unacceptable. It's absolutely unacceptable. So, in theory, you're not going to be able to go into the liquor store in prison. So, at some point, you're going to have a moment of clarity and sobriety for which we can hope that through giving people constructive, useful tools, when they get out, they don't return back to the same bad behavior.
If they're just homeless, is that, do we make homelessness a crime? Do you be in prison if you're homeless?
If you're camping on city property and you're intoxicated, absolutely, that is a crime.
What if you're not intoxicated?
Very few of the homeless are. And if you remove the ones that were intoxicated, the ones that would remain sober in place, acting crazy as they are, put them in mental hospitals. Get them well. I don't think that we have a conversation enough about this. People keep calling addiction a disease. Well, you force people to go get COVID vaccines for a freaking flu. So why can't you force these people with this so-called disease that is socially destructive? Why don't you force them into a clinical program to address that issue?
There's no money in that. There's no profit.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So it's like, would you support Trump putting a bunch of money into institutions and jails?
100%. We have been asking for this in the state of California for years now. Absolutely.
Yeah, I get that sense too that a lot of people across the spectrum and on the right too are in favor of putting public money into this sort of stuff. And I don't think it's actually not that divisive. I think a lot of people will be happy to pay their taxes in order to build these sort of
and maybe set up a system to where when the person eventually does make it and they reach a certain income threshold, then a certain percentage of their pay in excess of what they need to survive should be paid back to the government in some portion to actually pay for that care.
What do you think?
I would not speak so freely about that, Adam, in terms of the issue with it. I would be happy to have my tax dollars going to that if there was an effective method, right? But what worries me is the $25 billion in California that's lost for homelessness, and then homelessness increases after that money's given. There's just so much money that is wasted and spent to have the outcomes that are exactly opposite as intended. And so I'm not ready to give a ton of money until it's clear where it's going to go.
But maybe, like, if Republican-controlled Congress and all that stuff, like, maybe there's some sort of, maybe the Republicans can do it, or is it just, like, it doesn't matter which party, it's just the nature of the beast, the bureaucracy that people just get squandering.
Yeah, I'm afraid it doesn't matter, and not only does it not matter because, of government inefficiency, but look at, rates of sobriety among people with certain types of drugs, right? Like even with the best of resources and the best facilities, private, there's a lot of issues that we just don't really know how to fix this. And so, until we do it, it's very hard to know where to go.
The solution.
You could just end up like a one flew over the cuckoo's nest institutions all over the place, right?
No, the solution is right in your hands right now. It's called Clown House. It's called Book Club. A lot of these people sitting on the streets are lacking education. It's apps like this, people like you, who will take the time and be caring and compassionate, who don't just talk endlessly and have heated conversations on Clown House. This is the modern psychiatric holding facility. This is the mental health facility you're talking about.
There we go. Well, problem solved. Yeah, I think there's no magic bullet here, right? So it's sort of.
What are you talking about? Clown House is the magic bullet. It's a mental health facility, a medical device technology corporation that gives you dopamine. What do you think all these depressed homeless people in the streets are doing? They're depressed.
There are plenty of depressed people in America that don't allow themselves to go on tents on the sidewalk and harass people or walk around tourist destinations begging for money with tattered clothing to the point where inappropriate body parts are coming out in front of children. Like, there are plenty of people who are depressed that don't do that.
But there are those who do, and they're not going away. So I mean, this move by Trump is like one half of the equation. It's not actually the end solution.
Did we screenshot what the results of the poll was? Because I wanted to catalog that. It seemed like a lot of people approved of the release of the national authorization of the National Guard in DC. The narrative that crime has gone down is not really substantiated too much by the data. They said, compared to the spring of 2024 and the spring of 2025, crime's gone down. But hey, we've got a new administration and who is back in the blue. So I could see where that would naturally occur. But also I did a per capita search between cities of the same size as Washington, D.C. and compared their crime, and I put it in the chat. And we don't have replays, so if there's any links that you guys are sharing in the chat and other people are interested in, please grab them, because that's not going to be transferred anywhere when the room ends.
I get the sense Baltimore is going to take the brunt of this. That's my guess. That's what I would do.
When I glanced at the data, Portland was up there. Let me see where the link is. Yeah.
No, I know Washington, D.C. is relatively, it's one of the highest in major cities. But in moving these people out of D.C., I think Baltimore is where they're going to go.
Or they're just going to transfer the crime to another major city.
Well, that's inevitably what happens when you move these people out of D.C. It solves the D.C. problem, but it just moves the problem somewhere else. That's the problem.
I mean, is Guam off the table? Why don't we send these people to Guam? I'm just saying, there needs to be an incentive to not allow these people just to slip back into the rest of the main streets of the mainland American society until these people get sober. So, I mean, set up a facility in Guam, send them over there.
Yeah, but what about the Guam movies?
What?
Denver.
You know, Dr. Adams.
Mr. Denver has a crime, of crime, that Denver, Colorado, Nashville, Tennessee, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
No, but see, that's the problem, Monica. Eventually, these people hitchhike, they get on a bus, and they find their way back into downtown Los Angeles. So I think that, Hawaii's off the table. We need them for tourism. Puerto Rico, I feel like, there's a very interesting history there. There's also the necessity to preserve tourism. I feel like Guam is probably going to be the best option to set up operations to get these people sober, get them introduced back into society, and then we can fly them back to the mainland. But I feel like drastic measures need to be taken at this point for the people to actually take this seriously.
Dr. Adams, I'm sorry, but spending all that fuel to get people to Paradise Island, aka the land of snakes known as Guam, is not, the solution. It's not economically, viable.
Well, then stay in that facility and take your 12-step program, and them states won't get you.
Well, I provided a chart. Oh, well, one more comment. Provided a chart, and it said property home. Okay, go ahead.
I was going to make a really bad joke about how all of these ideas, possible initiatives fail to solve the homelessness crisis in DC. You can't just allow the last resort because allegedly the food is fake, the food supply is decreasing. Maybe we can use them as toilet green products.
Exactly. What about bum fights, Adams? Media is a big business now. We could just do national bum fights around the country, issue licenses to independent contractors and startup entrepreneurs that want to do gladiatorial bum fights and make that into a very popular YouTube channels across the whole country.
That's a very fair point. People are already monetizing off of bum fights on social media.
I imagine a future world where we're all living on a 1,000-car train like the Philippines. We have no food, but we can thank the homeless because they'll be our protein bombs.
Let's send 1 million of the homeless in America to Gaza and clean up all the rubble. That's a big cleanup operation.
No, they're just going to set up tents over there.
Well, not when you got Jews with rifles and hand grenades telling them to go clean up that, block over there and all that rubble over there. So I'm really looking forward to today because today could be the first break in your Clubhouse multi-5-year experience where you will actually be asked to read a book.
We're reading from?
We're reading from the Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu, the Book of Changes or the Great Way, a mystical wisdom book of Chinese political and philosophical theory.
John, should we do that before or after the rational discussion?
It's your call. I mean, people are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It really doesn't matter when you decide to ask people to start reading.
I'm just wondering what might be a better time to do it. Should we read this before going into the rational discussion group or do it after?
It's up to you because people are here till 5 in the morning. So it really doesn't make a difference to me in a 24-hour cycle where people are here all day long as if they don't have a job and they are homeless. It really doesn't make a difference when you decide to say, hey, everybody, guess what? We're going to start reading a book.
That's a good point. I say we do this because I don't think we're going to be reading along. I don't think there's going to be a lot of people that have the material in front of them to read. So in 5-minute intervals, I'm going to guess that we probably do about 20 minutes worth of reading today. Is that about right?
I'd say so.
I'll budget 30 minutes, and we'll do it the 30 minutes prior to the rational discussion group. That way, after the reading, everybody can be all worked up and educated, and they can head into the rational discussion group, where people like Bruce and Anson Burlingame will help us with an antidote to the critical thinking forum, where we will have chat open.
I think I'm banned.
They don't allow Canadians in there?
No, they don't. Yeah, they don't allow Canadian lefties who think that the Democrats are the fault for Donald Trump winning both times.
Well, I'll tell you, you would be a welcome addition to the rational discussion group, and it's pinned above, so please join. Has the National Guard started chasing anybody yet, Roger? I don't know. But Anson's here. Anson, you excited? We're going to talk about Trump in D.C. today.
Oh yeah. It's the first time I've ever done it, but I actually watched this whole press conference, and I learned a lot by watching it. But I'll talk about that in the other room. I got in here like, what reading are you talking about doing for 30 minutes before the group?
Yeah, before that, this room will just basically turn into a reading room at 1:30 Pacific time. And John, can you tell them the book that we're reading from?
Yeah, we're going to read from the Tao Te Ching, which is a Chinese philosopher named Lao Tzu. It deals with wisdom, a mystical approach, and it deals with psychology and governance and basically everything that's good underneath the sun.
I don't have any picture of that. It's like before the rational discussion.
Yeah, no, it'll be before that. It'll be a warm-up. We're trying to do a thought experiment where we're trying to encourage people on Clubhouse to do something called reading.
Yeah,
John,
I agree with that 100%.
John, can you remind people of this invention that came around a long time ago called books? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, prior to the advent of this medical device technology corporation known as Clown House, aka an automatic dopamine dispenser, people used to open what's called a BOOK, which is a book. It usually is a binded object with maybe sometimes hundreds of pieces of paper in it with printed letters, which are words which string together concepts. And inside these magic things called books, they are technically prior databases. These are storage retrieval devices where if you pick one up and you read it with comprehension and integrate it into your brain, you can become more intelligent and use that information to adapt your circumstances to the environment. It's called a book.
Yeah, we'll explore that a little further at 1:30 Pacific time, right here in this room, where we will open a book, we will read a book. We'll see how it goes.
So the protests have started in DC. There's live streaming of freedom of fascism, kind of sit-ins and marches and stuff happening now. So this backlash is going on.
John, are you sharing the PDF of the book that we're supposed to be reading?
Yeah, I looked it up last night. It's readily available. Tao Te Ching, PDF, Google it. You can find it. We'll decide which one we're going to all use because there's many different translations.
Type it into the chat here so I can write it down, John.
Did you guys see that Dr. Phil has joined the ICE raids?
Okay, what?
Oh yeah, you guys hear about that? I'm sorry, nobody. And I don't know if you've noticed this and why, but like I almost feel like Dr. Phil, in the first time in his television career, is getting the least amount of press right now because people in Hollywood are so pissed off that he is going on ICE raids. He's filming on ICE raids. Like the dude is, yeah, he's talking to people, he's helping them set up. Like I'm telling you, like Dr. Phil has joined the ICE raids.
Well, he was on Bill Maher on Friday, and Bill after him on that, and he kind of, he claimed on Bill Maher that he doesn't agree with the way that, because Maher was emphasizing all it's looking at families, and his pushback was, well, when a parent is a drunk driver with kids in the car, that they split the families up there too. It's just like, this is the law, and if you break the law, you're going to split families up. Now, he doesn't agree. He admitted that he doesn't agree with the policies. He would have different policies, but he was being consistent to the logic of what the policies are and what they're doing, and he did defend the ICE agents for just doing their job, and that them being masked is to help reduce the chances of being doxxed and putting themselves and their families at risk, etc. and so on. So it was an interesting, nuanced conversation. He was clear that he doesn't agree with the policies, though. So he's not just like 100% behind all of this stuff. He's just he's basically documenting it.
Yeah, but he's also to some degree cooperating, and just kind of looking at somebody who works so entrenched in Hollywood, that man is brave. I'm sorry. For him to do what he's doing right now, that man is very, very, very brave. He's not only sacrificing his career, but also his sons. And, the whole entire family is making a sacrifice for him doing this. So I think that Dr. Phil is very, very brave.
Well, and shout out to Bill Maher again for kind of providing the process with some space for Dr. Phil in this time of him not being popular. And I think it's a testament to Bill Maher, who's pushing back against this sort of approach that you just ostracize anyone who doesn't fit the narrative, because he himself has kind of gone out on the limb. When he went and met with Trump, right? Like, he was getting all sorts of hate for that. But it was a pretty interesting interview. It's worth checking out. I think who was he on with? It was Dr. Phil and someone else. I can't remember.
But see, Adam, we can't pretend like Dr. Phil was not speaking at Trump rallies. So when you talk about policy, let's refer back to some of the things that Dr. Phil has said. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I hear where you're coming from, but that man is definitely not playing it safe in Hollywood right now. A lot of his kids, both of his sons, are very much so dependent on that Hollywood check. And the fact that he is still standing 10.
Hey, what's up, Anson? Are you trying to chat with me? Or was this a mistake? Can you hear me? Anson? I don't know, you're on mute. Hello?
What's coming next? They're gonna have a bunch of women come out and say, Dr. Phil quote me, and all this other bullshit. Like, we don't know what's coming next.
Yeah, he's been speaking out. He's been semi-saying some talking points for the past year or so. Have been right.
Anson.
Good, there you are. How you doing, John?
Hey, I'm good. How are you doing?
I wanted to chat a little bit offline with you. In the first room we had, you introduced yourself as a congressman running for office and so forth. And I don't, and I'm speaking for myself, I'm not speaking for Roger. It's not intended as a campaign plan. And I understand basically what your views are and everything. But for example, you sounded like you were campaigning, and in doing so, you strayed from the topic at hand, and you started talking a lot about national debt and all that. All good topics, and I all understand that as a campaign platform. But I hope we can stay on topic and forget the broader subjects to the extent possible, and stay focused on the topic at hand. Does that make any sense to you? I'm not trying to talk down to you or anything. I'm just trying to
find an accommodating way where I hope we
on topic, address the topic, agree it's a problem or not, as you understand, I'm making sure clearly up front, agree on it probably if it's a problem or not, and then stay on topic and try to solve it, and hopefully gain a consensus. And not going a mile wide and an inch deep with broader issues. If we can work on that together, I'd really appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. I have a tendency to always go back to $37 trillion.
So do I, and I really like to get to the basics. And of course, the basics are really broader than the specific topic at hand. But I really, because the basic principles, if you will, have to be the foundation for the solution to the problem that anybody's going to propose. But again, if we keep going a mile wide and an inch deep, then we stray from the topic at hand, and it makes it almost impossible to see if we can form a consensus of some sort or another, which is really my goal.
I would be willing to bet that the topic of Gary Baumgarten's room and thus rational discussion will be this National Guard deployment in D.C.
Oh, I'm sure it will be. There's no doubt about that. Without even trying, I mean, Gary's going to go after that, and we all know what the position in that room is going to be. And you already heard me speak, I think, where I'm opposed to the use of military forces for law enforcement. But you'll see a modification of that position as well today. But I'm not trying to get out in front of the room. But there's no doubt in my mind that I hope we get some strong lefties in there. Get one of those protesters on the streets in D.C. that somebody just posted a YouTube of, and let her rip in the rational thinking room, and see if we can find some consensus. But anyway. Thanks for
Okay, sounds good. Okay, sounds good.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Okay, talk to you soon. Bye.
Yeah, no, I'm just yapping with you guys. No, what a picture, Wow.
Press conference, I'm sure one of the questions, because it looks like it went on for like an hour and 30 minutes, was there one of the questions about like how soon we could see the boots on the ground here doing their thing, National Guard? Like, surely it's like starts immediately. Like, are we going to see this like now or?
Well, he's taking control of the Capitol Police, and so his integration can roll out. There will be states that said he can take National Guard and use other. And then you have people don't remember this, but Nancy Pelosi. This is really ridiculous. She championed for an increase in Capitol Police spending post January 6th, including to building a in California, which I'm unsure why the Capitol Police needed a headquarters in California. But she also expanded federal aid, money, recruitment, et cetera, because it was woefully underfunded, which I can agree. Some of the shit that they were given was like bullshit, according to the IG reports. But it just, now that there's a massive wave of Capitol Police in D.C. and services, and the integration of the National Guard, like I said, it's going to be more of like a protection area. Like, are you going to commit fuck shit? Are you going to try to carjack somebody with a National Guard soldier sitting there watching you? Like, you're not going to get far. You're not going to get away with it, and that's pretty much what they're looking to stop. And unfortunately, this is the day and age in which we live.
I should probably save this for our room this afternoon, but is anybody familiar with the Posse Comitatus Act? Like, is because maybe DC's not a state, I don't know, is this going to be problematic for what he's trying to do? Because doesn't that kind of like prevent military forces from intervening and civil law enforcement authorities? Nobody?
So the act doesn't apply to the National Guard. That's where.
it does if it's federalized. It doesn't if it's not federalized, but it does. And they indicated in that article that it's federalized because it's going to be in conjunction with the FBI and other agencies as well.
I mean, so like, yeah, you're right. When it's federalized, yes, it can apply. However, there's ways to, we'll just say, like it's a short story. The Insurrection Act gives policies and opens up areas for the presidents to utilize it. Biden most notoriously used this same measure, but nobody on the left was screaming posse comitatus. They weren't going and saying, "Oh, we shouldn't have 25,000 troops in D.C." So the National Guard in D.C., I'm hesitant with it, but it's the National Guard. If Trump was sending in, let's say, I don't know, the 75th Regiment of the Army, then I would be more concerned. But we utilize the National Guard all the fucking time across the world. And times they're federalized and you don't even know it. Such as hurricane relief. Like, we utilize these things in a massive way. And people are just kind of like, oh no, he's just doing it to take over control of the country. And it's like, you do realize we do this shit all the time. The Coast Guard could fall under federal interdictions and utilized to clean up oil spills. That happens, but nobody complains about it then.
Yeah, well, and the thing of it is, too, like, I'm wondering, I mean, because D.C. is not technically a state either. And the whole point in that was to, I think, to prevent impingement on states' rights to govern their law and
Correct. It's a district. And again, even D.C. having a mayor and city council is a new thing. And it hasn't been a great experience, except for the first mayor. I'll give him credit. The first mayor of D.C. was he was kind of smart, and he had some common sense in how he was trying to manage it. And there's been a couple D.C. mayors that have popped up, and then there's been some really shitty ones. And mostly the majority of them have been shitty. And they haven't been able to kind of bring into tow the fact that this city is, like, I don't know how to put it, it's the pearl of the United States. If you're New York City is a big tourist, LA, San Francisco, these are all great cities. Chicago, I guess some places in Texas it's just fucking hot. Florida, Orlando, these are all tourist spots. But the pearl of the U.S. is literally D.C. And if you cannot have safety for the tourists, for the people who decree your laws, the people you champion for, the lobbyist groups that you want to promote your environmental causes or your gun rights, then I'm at a loss on it. And if the mayors and the councils are like, you know what, we need to prioritize transgender rights over carjackings, I have an issue on some of the philosophies. And I mean, even the January 6th debacle should show some of the, I guess, the issues at play in D.C., particularly with the council, and some of their priorities seem to be askewed. So I don't agree with Trump necessarily, but I understand the rationale behind it because, again, I think D.C. should be our safest city. I'm just going to stick with that. That's my line in the sand. It should be the safest city in the entire United States.
I want to be mindful too.
So, like even before Biden, we've instituted military personnel into DC multiple times throughout its history, and it's just I often get confused because when I hear the rhetoric, because even like you look at the Democrats' platform, like post January 6th. We need to have an expansive police force. We need to make sure that there's no more, attacks on the Capitol building by these far right-wing groups. You had it all draped. You had soldiers with AR. Even post 9/11, we had soldiers almost on every rooftop throughout D.C., at every entranceway, armed. D.C. in itself is where collectively we go to get a sense of our country's origins, to see where it's going and for the future, to hopefully realize the past and some of the great achievements and some of the low points of it. And it has a lot of opportunities to do so. I don't understand why we have politicians in like the city council wanting to prioritize shit that is just virtue signaling instead of like, hey, I want cops to target carjackers. That's not a tough priority. Like, we want to arrest these people. 200 and plus murders in a year. I want those homicides solved. I want to find out. I want to know that our citizens and people can walk these streets at night safely.
We got a new poll up.
Isn't New York having their mayoral election this year?
Yeah, they just
the primary, right?
Yeah, they narrowed down their candidates, and the front runner is the commie.
Mandami
the commie.
Yeah, apparently he had a press conference 4 hours ago saying that he was going to be Trump's worst nightmare, and he's going to be difficult with the administration. He's going to arrest Netanyahu. Like, this man is absolutely insane.
I have to tell you, I would love to see him arrest Netanyahu, not because I think that it's a good idea. It would just be very, very interesting to see what the fallout of such a
mayor would end up going to prison massively. He'd lose his office, and there would be no protection from New York State because then it becomes a federal matter, and he can't actually do that. And it would be really dumb for an officer in New York State account to follow it. I doubt they would really want to. Could you imagine that? That cop going, hey, I got 15 years in. You want me to go to prison remotely? Are you fucking insane? No, I ain't touching it. Here's my badge. I'm not going to jail for this shit.
At that point, I feel like the protocol would be the police chief would be the one to instruct any officers to be arresting him, correct?
Well, first, the mayor can't. Like, he can't. Like, Netanyahu has qualified immunity. So, I mean, first off, I mean, you're not going to do that. Secondly, we're going to have protection details around Netanyahu, just like we do every other dignitary that is a high profile. We offer protection. So, I mean, if you think New York City police are going to go toe-to-toe with, say, Secret Service, good luck, have fun. That shit ain't going to go off, or even military personnel like the Marine Corps. And the Marine Corps Protection Services, to their credit, have never lost a person that they have never lost a package. They have never failed to protect their packages. And even to their death, they will go toe-to-toe and have never failed. So, good luck for the New York City and this mayor thinking he's going to get a bunch of cops and say, hey, let's go against this, and then you're going to see that in front of you. The most winning fucking team in all of military history who's never failed. Yeah, good luck, have fun. Let's see how that works out for you.
Can I say something about the, when we say $1 billion, I think the best way to say $1 billion is $999 million. And instead of a trillion, you say 999 billion, because trillion or even a billion are really big numbers that I don't think people necessarily can grasp, because it kind of dumbs down the amount when you say a trillion or a billion. I think keeping everything in millions is a much better way for people to kind of understand the fiscal crisis.
I'm gonna tell you something here. Screaming about the debt is never going to solve anything. You'll never get people to listen. No one fucking cares. And the general population of America just does not fucking care whatsoever. They really don't give a damn. They don't care if it's a trillion, billions, gazillions. You could add 40 fucking zeros after whatever number you want to put up, and they're gonna just look at you like, yeah, and that's a problem. Now, if you want to address it, hey, we need to tackle Social Security. We need to stop it, because not only is it an endless toilet bowl that just sucks money out and doesn't replenish it, then you have to look at the system and the problem that you have within the people. So applying for Social Security, the fact that you're not guaranteed to get it, that you can be restricted and removed, the fact that you have to pay into the system and that it will not necessarily go for all of your children or your kids or your spouses for all time. This money will not be returned to you, and then there's a better way forward. So before you go crying, which you do a lot of, John, you just cry about the debt and you just people don't give a fuck. And the rest of America is living in debt. They all recognize it. What you have to do is offer a better way forward. And to date, I have yet to hear anybody offer a better way forward that Americans can actually grasp and that legislators can actually put on the table on the House floor and get it passed.
So you've accused me of crying and screaming about the debt. All I gotta say is stop borrowing and stop spending.
I want to bring some context to the debt conversation. Is anyone want to take a guess on what duration a million seconds would cover? Anybody have a guess on how much time 1 million seconds is? Any guesses? All right, I'll tell you. A million seconds is 11 days, 13 hours, and 46 minutes. Anyone want to guess what a billion seconds is? Anyone?
A year.
No, a billion seconds is 32 years. I don't know if that's a surprising number to you, but how about a trillion? Anyone want to guess what a trillion seconds is? I guess I should tell you. It's 31,710 years. So when you start thinking about trillions of dollars in comparison to billions of dollars or millions of dollars, it's a pretty big number. And so when you think about $100 trillion of unfunded liabilities, that's a pretty large number. Wouldn't you agree?
I love that. I think you can contrast the number of days, 4 years.
I mean, I was just, pulled into a private. I don't want to say with who, but I was told stop campaigning and stop talking about the debt.
Good advice.
Well, you see, when people tell me not to do something, guess what opposite effect that has?
Of course.
You should keep going, John. You're going to win. You're going to win, John. Keep going. Don't give up. If that's the psychology, then shouldn't we tell people not to read books?
No.
Not come and read this book.
No. I mean, reading books, if you suffer from depression or if you suffer from stupidity or you suffer from lack of income, therapeutically speaking, I've been to many psychologists and I've had a lot of fat lesbos write down notes. I've had them give me little 3-sheeters. Some of them are good, some of them are bad. The thing that has helped me most in life are these amazing external hard drives called books.
Let's just face it, John. We all suffer from this, okay?
You know what might be a fun book to read we might even get Bima to turn a page of a book. If we were to go and look up some classic Murray Rothbard or maybe even Lysander Spooner, we might be able to get Bima to join a stage and do a thing called reading books.
You might want to start with Cat in the Hat before graduating up there.
Remember when we were kids and they had that little cartoon explaining what a bill was? Not just a bill.
Schoolhouse Rock.
Yeah, I remember that. I would love for Bima to do a commercial about what is anarchy and explain it very simply to children in a cartoon format. We can play it on Saturday mornings. I think that would be amazing.
I think that should be the last person to explain anarchy to children.
I wonder if she wants to come up and explain anarchy to us like we are.
See, look at the enthusiasm.
Beetlejuice.
I'm listening for it now. I'm taking care of Grandma. Grandma, say hi to everybody. Hi. Well, this is Grandma. We just got out of the shower. We're cleaning up. Don't worry, it's nice and heated in here. But wait, if you're serious, Roger, I have a children's book, voluntarist version, and I would love to do a weekly reading.
Well, I don't know if we can commit to a weekly reading of this nonsense, but we would definitely dedicate at least one room to it. Just so we can.
And yeah, I'll take whatever I can get. Yes.
That's what she said.
Oh.
Tried to put it in the chat, but the best way to describe $100 trillion is 99 trillion, 999 billion, 999 million.
Do you think that this problem's going to get easier when we start counting quadrillions?
I think that's like the total global wealth. It's like a couple quadrillion. And if you go to usdebtclock.org, one of the numbers is hidden assets, which is at over 200 trillion. So, to say that the country is broke when we could actually, the federal government could liquidate assets, in terms of like maybe $1 trillion. I mean, do you know how difficult it is to actually liquidate and sell $1 trillion worth of U.S. assets? And that would only pay off 1/37 of the funded liabilities.
Don't you have to have a buyer?
Oh, buyers will come out. Believe me, there's enough buyers out there.
And you know this how?
At $1 trillion, 100%. There's
In its entirety. You know that
globally,
there is a market for $1 trillion in U.S. property.
100%.
Not $100 trillion.
No, not 100 trillion, but $1 trillion. They could liquidate and sell $1 trillion worth of U.S. assets within probably 6 months.
You guys think it's weird that when you put a house up for sale in the U.S., you have like Chinese people that literally climb out from underneath the woodpile with like cash in hand? Like, where did all that cash come from? 100%.
It came from us, and it came from them. It came from the central banks. My friend bought a house in Los Angeles for $1 million, knocked it down, built a new house for $800,000, and sold it for $2.5 million to a 18-year-old Chinese girl. Where did she get $2.5 million? Was it her parents in the Chinese Communist Party that gave her the cash to park it overseas because they themselves are afraid of some kind of asset seizure or forfeiture?
I don't think that you're really fully admitting how much cheap Chinese shit that people purchase in America, whether it's intentionally or unintentionally. So, I mean, could we maybe perhaps start there?
And how much Chinese stuff do you think is in John's PTR alone?
Oh, the whole thing.
No, just the the hat, the
With
flags,
exception of the MAGA
the
hat,
shirts.
with the exception, if that's an authentic MAGA hat that was purchased,
No,
from the Donald Trump website, then yes, that's definitely American made. But if it's one of those that you find just like at the swap meet down in places around Middle America, no, that's definitely Chinese.
It's made in China.
John, you should just do on your YouTube, just go around the road and figure out where all this stuff is made. And then maybe do an auction, see if you can sell the cheap Chinese shit.
Well, I have noticed that the quality of products has gone down over the years through Amazon and eBay because all of this mass-produced Chinese shit, in China in the factories, they eventually say, you know what, we could make this even dumber, simpler, and less costly to us. Let's downgrade the quality of this shit even more because the Americans will just keep buying it regardless.
Not only downgrading, but the dangerous chemicals, they don't have regulations like we do. And that's pretty dangerous.
Like we do, huh? Like the COVID-19 vaccines.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, because putting a piece of fabric on your skin is a lot less dangerous than injecting an experimental cocktail into your bloodstream.
Why is nobody talking about that CDC shooting on this app?
Why aren't people talking?
Was the suspect the wrong color?
No, I don't think that's what it is. I think that given the grievances of the suspect and the average person on this app that supported the vaccine, I just don't think that they want to open up that can of worms.
Well, let me ask you a question. Why was the Fort Campbell shooter? Why did he have a beard, and why did the guy who tackled him also have a beard? Mind you, both soldiers on an active duty military base with beards. I never heard of that. You ever heard of that?
It could be a new rule if they were people of color. I know that the Oakland Police Department made an exception, even though they had a 100+ year rule about you had to be clean shaven. They got exceptions for people of color because they get razor bumps. So maybe it's something like that.
No, it's exactly what it is.
Is it the razor bumps?
It is. Somebody told me on a YouTube channel. It's called Skin Chitlet or whatever. You get a medical exemption because your skin breaks out when you shave with a blade. But I don't understand. Why don't you just use an electric shaver?
Look, there are clean-shaven black men that don't have razor bumps. This should not be that hard to figure out.
This is a new topic for you, Adams.
English only. It's rule number 210. Sorry, Stan.
Right. I know a little bit of English. And the US tax, you can always buy. You have the base by, I think it's the Federal Reserve. Right? So it is not the problem of you cannot find buyer. It's a problem of if you buy yourself, the purchasing power will decrease. So now you're seeing like $37 trillion debts, right? What if you cut by half? It's not like cutting by half, it's the value of the debts going down by half. When you issue more money to the system. So you have the decreasing purchasing power, and then automatically the debts is going to be the value of the debts will be the decreasing value. So
Stan, can I just say, you remind me of the guy from Dark Knight that says, I'm very good at calculation.
tonight?
Yeah. Do you remember the army get burned on cash?
Do you remember the Asian guy?
Yeah.
And the stereotype about how Asians are supposed to be good at math. Do you remember that?
Yeah, the accountant.
Yeah. He said, I'm very good at calculation. It was probably the most racist thing ever said to him.
I mean, in reality, it is every time it has problems, the Fed will inject liquidity into the system. So there will never be a default, so-called default on the debt. But the problem is that when you inject, like a few years ago, 2020, right? You inject enormous amount of liquidity into the system, so that purchasing power is going to be decreased, but that reflected in the inflation. So going forward, we will see more and more the injection of liquidity. The stock market is going to be going up, and the purchasing power is going down. And then the fact that the stock market is going up is you can see that in a different angle. You have a less purchasing power of the stocks. That also means the same amount of money you can buy less stocks.
Stan, don't you think the U.S. Congress can take action and prevent the U.S. government from doing deficit spending, by limiting them from raising the debt ceiling?
It has been raising 100 times or more.
I know, but what I'm saying is you think that it's just going to keep going on forever. Meanwhile, there are Congress people and senators who are actively resisting the raising of the debt ceiling and telling Congress and the government to get its fiscal prudence into action.
Every time you get raised the debt ceiling, right? There's no way at one time that eventually you keep the ceiling at a certain level, and then the spending gets cut, right? You always get raised up.
So,
Stan, are you going to stick around for the book reading that we're going to do today? We're going to read Chinese philosophy in here. Is that something that might interest you?
Oh, okay. Well, how was that book? What's the name of the book?
John, tell me.
The Tao Te Ching, or the Book of Changes, or the Great Way by Lao Tzu.
Oh, I'm reading something similar recently. Someone interpreting that book.
Yeah, I think it'll be a really fun exercise to get Americans that don't typically read to pick up a book and, of all things, to read Chinese philosopher. I think it's going to be a very good experiment.
That would be interesting. My internet will maybe cut off at any time, so I'm not sure how can I stay. But I will try.
What do they ration your internet there?
No, I'm using Starlink, but my generator does not get enough power to the battery. I am using the battery to power the Starlink, but it's very difficult. I'm in the middle of the nowhere.
Couldn't you hook it up to an exercise bike and just pedal?
Stan, what do you think about, if you look at the foreign holders of U.S. debt, like China at, I think it's $2 trillion or $1.6 trillion, something like that. At what point, when the U.S. debt gets to $50 trillion, does some politician, whether it's a president, says, you know what, the Chinese are doing currency manipulation, and you know what we're going to do? We are going to dissolve the debt that they claim they owe us because they're stealing it in the back end from us. So At what point does global investors, aka other countries and other major banking institutions, start losing faith and confidence in the United States because they feel that their investments are essentially being stolen by runaway, rampant inflationary spending?
If you look at the holdings of all central banks, the trend is going down. The trend of holding assets is going down, even though the interest rate high, like around 5%, 4%, 8%. But especially China, it stopped. The top of the holding, I think, is around like 2014 or something. The Chinese leaders be aware of the problem you mentioned, like almost 10 years ago. So they switched the spending from buying the debts into one Belt and Road initiative. So spending like the strategy is to spending those US dollars into like projects all over the world, and then the proceeds, right? The proceeds from these projects will go like in line with the inflation. So they own like all these projects, all these companies. They pay the payments will be the bonuses will be in line with the purchasing power of that time, not in terms of like you know what I mean, right?
We found the cure for insomnia. Thank you.
I like that. Yeah, it's smart.
Stan, what would Shiba Inu do if the Shiba Inu was the president of the United States? What would a Shiba Inu do for its people?
You will do the same as current president. You will listen to the lobbying groups, the Jews.
The Jews?
I mean, you will listen to these lobbying groups, follow whatever the order is.
Oh, I see. It would just want to go out, take a poop, have its poop picked up, get its meal, get a cozy little bed, and, just dream of other little cute Shiba Inus instead of taking orders from the Jews. Do you think other lobbying groups like the Iranian lobbyists or the Russian lobbyists or the Syrian lobbyists or Chinese lobbyists, why do you think the Americans are always taking orders from what you call the Jews?
I'm not sure the joke is a joke, actually, I'm sorry, but I mean, the lobbying rules are real. I read the book, the call, I don't know how to pronounce the KOCH, the coach, Coughlin, Coughlin. It describes the story of the cock industry, how they getting rich and how they influence the politics. For example, the oil refinery factory of the group, they have really big issues in pollutions, and then they push some regulations, and then they prevent other refineries to build up new factories. And then why the regulations does not apply to the old factories, refineries so they can continue to make profits. So that. So very interesting, like very interesting book, how these big corporations influence the parties. And how they threat to stop from being the senators, essentially.
So Stan, have you? I asked Grok the other day, what would be 10 ways to essentially increase revenue and pay down the debt? What do you think AI told me?
I heard the first one, the harvesting of outer space minerals. I don't think that's feasible.
Well, that's what AI told me. Then I asked for the contrarian positions, and it gave me a whole different set of positions, which are really the normal positions, like fossil fuel extraction at a more cost-efficient method, things like that.
Okay, interesting. But all these are linear. I mean, these are linear solutions, but the debt is exponential. It grows at an exponential way. So you cannot solve a exponential growth problem with a linear growth problem.
Got it.
Solution.
I think Einstein is quoted as saying the greatest scientific revelation of all time is compound interest.
Right. For example, the fossil fuel, right? The exploration, you can only carry all these projects linear. You cannot go expansion.
See, the irony is, even if there is a debt jubilee, and we just pretend that the debt is gone, so say it still won't show up in the real economy because the inflation is already set. So I mean, you can call it a debt jubilee, but in reality, all you're doing is just deleting words. You're not actually deleting the financial landscape of 330 million Americans and how all the previous spending is reflected in that population.
I'm not sure. What was the question?
It's not really a question, but people predict that there will be something called a debt jubilee, where government debt will be essentially there will be a meeting of the minds between lenders, creditors, and debtors like the U.S. And the U.S. will no longer owe China 1.6 trillion. Instead, they'll owe them 300 billion. And other countries will also have to take pennies on the dollar. But the truth is, it's like setting a chessboard and then saying, new game. But everybody on that chessboard has what's called stuff. And either they spent that money and they accumulated stuff, or, let's just say that money disappears. I'm just saying that there's not a speck out of place in the whole universe. A speck of dust.
Given the ownership percentage from China, it's not worthy to implement the plan you set. You cause a bigger damage. To return the reward of that plan is not worthy given the percentage of China.
Well, I'm just interested to see what Lao Tzu and the Tao Te Ching has to say about it, because if our greatest enemy is China and they're putting out all the world's weapons of mass destruction and causing all kinds of chaos throughout the globe, I wonder if we can use Chinese philosophy to defeat the Chinese, because it's possible that the Chinese have forgotten their fundamental roots. And if we were to rip their roots out and put them in our tea and drink their roots, perhaps we could actually win this game.
Okay, that's a very interesting thought, and I think if you find like enough philosophers in Chinese, I think maybe you will find solutions. But this one is not going to help. This one is advocating doing nothing. So just let everything develop on its own. Do not do anything to impact. Right? I don't think this one will help actually, but others may be helping.
Well, it's my belief that books are programs, scripts you might call them, and we the hardware. And when you run the software through the hardware, if it's a really good program, perhaps there could be some economic gains as a result of running these extremely advanced AI software programs called books.
I think AI is one aspect the U.S. can stay on top. But I read the news of Saudi Arabia. They funded the infrastructure building of the amount of the AI warehouse, and then they will own those AI cloud centers. They will be biggest productive revenues. Right? They will produce very meaningful revenues from U.S. companies, but the ownership is in Saudi Arabia. So it's very the enemy may be them, not us. I mean.
No, I don't think China's the enemy. I think that we are our own worst enemy, and then China might be a close second.
Yeah, I don't think China's about shit. They're not very innovative. They don't have a lot going on. Plus, their population is about to collapse.
This does not hurt us at all.
Stan, I'm going to predict that in the next 100 years, China's influence on the world stage is going to be less than what it is today.
Okay. May I know the evidence or why?
Well, the economy is going down. The population is about to go down dramatically, and then you have a lot of others that are going up. So there is there's nothing to tell me that they can sustain the growth that they've had. If you look at the way that they manipulated the economy, they built a bunch of cities that nobody lives in. And now that the population is going to collapse, they just squandered it. They're not very good. Their evidence that central planning doesn't work.
Yeah, the book I read, the Congressman, it's called the founder. He also says that the planning does not work. He plans his corporations anyways. So a lot of the economy economic theories, right? If you look at the basic assumptions, they're all false. I mean, they're not false when they created. They're false in current time. For example, why planning does not work, right? The assumptions are you cannot know every aspect of the economy.
That's called the knowledge problem.
That's the
in economics we call that the knowledge problem.
Oh, okay. I don't know the term, but yeah, thank you. But right now, you have a lot of the helpers help you to monitor all these things. You have the tags, you have the cameras, you have.
Have you ever heard of the economic calculation problem?
I don't know.
You should look it up. I'm sure there's translations in Chinese.
Okay, anyways, what I'm trying to say that the economy can be planned and it's working for the last 4 decades.
And I would point you to the economic calculation problem. Oh, good question from Dima in the chat. She's asking when are we doing the reading. The reading will happen at 1:30 Pacific time, 4:30 Eastern. It will be a half-hour room where we will read, and we will read out loud. You're not required to read, but you are encouraged to do so. I know it might be a struggle for some, but push yourself. That would be my advice. And then right after that room, we're going to be opening a room called, it's going to be talking about the National Guard in D.C., and that will happen in a completely different house called the Rational Discussion Group. Thank you.
Guys, I'm going to take a quick nap. I'll be back in time for the reading. You guys keep the room open if you'd like, and I'll be back in a bit.
Right? And are you there?
Hey, sorry, I had to make a stop off at the store. Are we still reading a book today? Yeah.
Yo,
Hey, how's it going?
are you recording?
I'm recording, yeah. I'm sitting in front of my computers, my cell phones.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, same situation. Except I moved to Skokie.
Oh, so you got yourself an apartment?
No. No.
Oh my god. Well, why don't you just get yourself a new apartment? Just get yourself a
Yes,
studio.
that's the plan.
Yeah, get a studio. I mean, if you, yeah.
That's probably what I'm gonna do. Well, no, thanks for being there. The antidote thing is pretty easy. It's not like it's like there's win-right and antidote, the two services for Republicans, and it like makes it where people can donate to you online, and it puts you on like a directory of all like the Congress candidates. So I think I randomly got $1,500 from just some person that donated every Congress candidate.
Wow.
Yeah, so you should definitely sign up for that.
It says here description shown on donor bank statement. Statement descriptor.
Oh, you can make several pages on antidote too. Where like they basically like you know how like they'll have like stupid campaigns where they'll be like 24 for $26 for 26. You basically can like make your own unique pages.
Yeah. That's
So it's pretty easy.
So, yeah, I mean, I'd love to talk to you about this. I know you probably don't want to be recorded, but, I mean, yeah, let me know. I mean, if you're in Skokie, come over to my house.
I mean, Monday. I'll keep you posted. So. Yeah, I find it a lot easier to know the other stuff. So it's just a nicer hotel. And like the same price.
Safer and scoping too. Apartments, you know.
Well, the West Rogers Park is fine. East is shithole and dangerous.
Yeah, that's true.
The West, I get no problems. And Soki also has parts that are bad.
Yeah, well, I mean.
It's got nice.
Well, anyways, I mean, dude, I'm sorry to hear that, you know, this has happened, but I mean, it's not that uncommon. I mean, I got engaged and ended the engagement, you know, prior to actually doing it. Huh?
Did I talk on the phone with her?
The girl that I was engaged to 10 years ago?
Yeah.
No. Why would you talk to her?
I was a three-way phone call with you and some girl that you said you were engaged to.
Oh, no. I was never engaged to that chick.
No.
That's just a chick from birthright.
No, you said you guys got married.
We crashed a wedding in Jerusalem.
Yeah, I thought you guys got married. She said you guys got like coordinated and old or something.
No. I've never been married. But yeah, I mean, best way to look at it is there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe.
100%. If it happens, God wants it to happen. But I'll keep you posted. And I think Aaron's running for mayor governor legit now. So what's up, man? You alright? Like the smallest things that don't even matter that much.
Everybody, I like his responses. People are like, he's such a bitch. He won't, respond to anything. It's like, since you schedule a time or something like that. So. I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm currently setting up this antidote account with my campaign bank account.
LDJ can be. It is empty yet infinitely capable. The more you use it, the more it produces. The more you talk of it, the less you understand. Hold on to the center. 6. The Tao is called the Great Mother. Empty, yet inexhaustible. It gives birth to infinite worlds. It is always present within you. You can use it any way you want. 7. The Tao is infinite, eternal. Why is it eternal? It was never born, thus it can never die. Why is it infinite? It has no desires for itself, thus it is present for all beings. The Master stays behind, that is why she is ahead. She is detached from all things, that is why she is one with them. Because she has let go of herself, she is perfectly fulfilled. 8. The supreme good is like water, which nourishes all things without trying to. It is content with the low places that people disdain. Thus, it is like the Tao. In dwelling, live close to the ground. In thinking, keep to the simple. In conflict, be fair and generous. In governing, don't try to control. In work, do what you enjoy. In family life, be completely present. When you are content to be simply yourself and don't compare or compete, everybody will respect you. 9. Fill your bowl to the brim, and it will spill. Keep sharp.
sharpening your knife, and it will blunt. Chase after money and security, and your heart will never unclench. Care about people's approval, and you will be their prisoner. Do your work, then step back. The only path to serenity. 10. Can you coax your mind from its wandering and keep to the original oneness? Can you let your body become supple as a newborn child's? Can you cleanse your inner vision until you see nothing but the light? Can you love people and lead them without imposing your will? Can you deal with the most vital matters by letting events take their course? Can you step back from your own mind and thus understand all things? Giving birth and nourishing, having without possessing, acting with no expectations, leading and not trying to control. This is the supreme virtue. 11. We join spokes together in a wheel, but it is the center hole that makes the wagon move. We shape clay into a pot, but it is the emptiness inside that holds whatever we want. We hammer wood for a house, but it is the inner space that makes it livable. We work with being, but non-being is what we use. 12. Colors blind the eye. Sounds deafen the ear. Flavors numb the taste. Thoughts weaken the mind. Desires wither the heart. The master observes the world, but trusts his inner vision. He allows things to come and go. His heart is open as the sky. 13. Success is as dangerous as failure. Hope is as hollow as fear. What does it mean that success is as dangerous as failure? Whether you go up the ladder or down it, your position is shaky. When you stand with your 2 feet on the ground, you will always keep your balance. What does it mean that hope is as hollow as fear? Hope and fear are both phantoms that arise from thinking of the self. When we don't see the self as self, what do we have to fear? See the world as yourself. Have faith in the way things are. Love the world as yourself. Then you can care for all things. 14. Look, and it can't be seen. Listen, and it can't be heard. just. Above, it isn't bright. Below, it isn't dark. Seamless, unnameable, it returns to the realm of nothing. Form that includes all forms. Image without an image. Subtle, beyond all conception. Approach it, and there is no beginning. Follow it, and there is no end. You can't know it, but you can be it. At ease in your own life. Just realize where you come from. This is the essence of wisdom. 15. The ancient masters were profound and subtle. Their wisdom was unfathomable. There is no way to describe it. All we can describe is their appearance. They were careful as someone crossing an iced-over stream, alert as a warrior in enemy territory, courteous as a guest, fluid as melting ice, shapeable as a block of wood, receptive as a valley, clear as a glass of water. Do you have the patience to wait till your mud settles and the water is clear? Can you remain unmoving till the right action arises by itself? The master doesn't seek fulfillment. Not seeking, not expecting. She is present and can welcome all things. 16. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Let your heart be at peace. Watch the turmoil of beings, but contemplate their return. Each separate being in the universe returns to the common source. Returning to the source is serenity. If you don't realize the source, you stumble in confusion and sorrow. When you realize where you come from, you naturally become tolerant, disinterested, amused, kind-hearted as a grandmother, dignified as a king. Immersed in the wonder of the Tao, you can deal with whatever life brings you. And when death comes, you are ready. 17. When the master governs, the people are hardly aware that he exists. Next best is a leader who is loved. Next, one who is feared. The worst is one who is despised. If you don't trust the people, you make them untrustworthy. The master doesn't talk, he acts. When his work is done, the people say, "Amazing, we did it, all by ourselves." 18. When the great Tao is forgotten, goodness and piety appear.
when the body's intelligence declines, cleverness and knowledge step forth. When there is no peace in the family, filial piety begins. When the country falls into chaos, patriotism is born. 19. Throw away holiness and wisdom, and people will be 100 times happier. Throw away morality and justice, and people will do the right thing. Throw away industry and profit, and there won't be any thieves. If these three aren't enough, just stay at the center of the circle and let all things take their course. 20. Stop thinking and end your problems. What difference between yes and no? What difference between success and failure? Must you value what others value? Avoid what others avoid? How ridiculous. Other people are excited, as though they were at a parade. I alone don't care. I alone am expressionless, like an infant before it can smile. Other people have what they need. I alone possess nothing. I alone drift about, like someone without a home. I am like an idiot. My mind is so empty. Other people are bright. I alone am dark. Other people are sharp. I alone am dull. Other people have a purpose. I alone don't know. I drift like a wave on the ocean. I blow as aimless as the wind. I'm different from ordinary people. I drink from the great mother's breasts. 21. Shoot back with the sutra. Okay? The master keeps her mind always at one with the Tao. It is what gives her her radiance.
When I say it's truth, what he says is truth.
The Tao is ungraspable. How can her mind be at one with it?
Most important, no matter how fucked,
Because she doesn't cling to ideas.
you always come back.
The Tao is dark and unfathomable. How can it make her radiant? Because she lets it. Since before time and space were, the Tao is. It is beyond is and is not. How do I know this is true? I look inside myself.
So you're telling me,
and see.
Yakov, that there's like hundreds of thousands of Hebrew Israelites?
22.
That's actually insane.
Okay, so it's less than the
If you
number
want to become whole,
No. I mean, I'm just blown away about.
Yeah, listen, you've got 42 million people, so to have 100,000, that's not unreasonable. Like, the number of people that believe in fairies is probably.
Let's get back on topic of discussion of the title.
I mean, Cal knows I've said this before. He knows what to say, but I do think that yes, it's. Does it come from Islam? Yes, I would say look at Muhammad. I would say I would consider him a terrorist.
Why? But do define terrorism before you continue.
We can use the word warlord, but basically
that's not terrorism. No, but try to define it. It's crazy that where you know, Pepe, you've been on this app for a long time. You're not like a teen. You should know what terrorism means.
Well, it's generally a non-state actor trying to.
It can't be state actors. Yeah, that's not.
But I would say this: we have, like, out of all of the terrorism that we have, like even in the United States, the only like real. Oh, God damn it, Armand! Like, let me fucking finish, Armand.
Run just one at a time, or else it's gonna be crazy.
Out of all of the terror, oh my God,
relax.
Out of all of the terrorism you see in the United States, I think you could maybe. There's been some abortion clinic bombings done by Christians. That's pretty much the extent of it as far as like mass casualty terrorist attacks that are based on religion. They seem to have all been Muslim. If you look in sub-Saharan Africa or North Africa, who's doing the killing in major religions? Muslims. Southeast Asia, who's doing the killing?
That's the question. But even in Europe, who's doing the religiously motivated terrorist attacks? It's Muslims. I mean, there is obviously something from this religion that doesn't appear to just be political. It appears that it is.
We've heard it a million times before. Let's just define terrorism.
Well, Mikhail, yeah, so here, let me read the definition of terrorism. So, terrorism is the unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians, to further political aims. It's characterized by the deliberate creation and exploitation of fear to achieve a desired outcome, often involving intimidation of a wider target audience beyond the immediate victims. Different organizations and legal frameworks may have slightly varying definitions, but the core concept revolves around violence, intimidation, and political, and what I would say is like religious goals in this case.
Stick to the definition.
So,
just everyone. So, pretty much unlawful acts of violence against populations in an attempt to intimidate them into a specific policy or to concede to a specific agenda. So that is what terrorism is. Who's been conducting terrorism in that sense for over since even before the early 1900s, pretty much. That's been the West. You could describe the West in everything. For example, Ireland and the famine that took place in Ireland. That's a form of terrorism. It's state terrorism right there. Colonialism, that's terrorism as well. America, the false flags that America conducted, for example, in Vietnam, that's terrorism. All over Latin America, going around and toppling pretty much every government because it was socialist or communist. That's terrorism. 9/11. Millions of people have been killed. That's terrorism. That was a Western organization.
Go ahead. Yeah, so people are saying that Islam is practicing democracy, right? Let me tell you. During the two world wars, 200 million people died. Was it Islam? This is the war is a form of terrorism. 200 million people died. They deserve to die. Okay, the terrorism, right? 4 to 9 million deaths by Americans or by America, by indigenous population in USA. South America, around 45 to 55 million indigenous population died by the conquistadors. In Australia, around 750,000 people died. Was it Islam? Indigenous population death.
100,000 children are dying. When are dying in America because of
It's
gun
like
violence.
her father
Who's
wanted to
responsible?
turn it for him.
I think I'm gonna research like bring back. Hold on, when somebody talks, like you guys.
I'm going to do the actual Shabbat
It's
if
so
you
great
want.
to
Before the
don't interrupt and keep it to like 60 seconds to 90 seconds. You're interrupting as I'm saying. Don't interrupt. That's which is fucking even more mind-boggling. I think that people are going around and trying to change like what terrorism is, or trying to like define it and make a broader perspective. Again, you're fucking interrupting, dude. You have a problem. Like seriously, that's some dumb shit. Whoever is gonna interrupt is gonna get thrown to the audience. Like, wow. The whole point of it, I'm pretty sure the question is, why do Muslims suddenly make random acts of terror wherever they go?
Nothing is a random act of terror. People, the Muslim world has been suffering since 9/11, even before 9/11. Mainly, especially when the whole Cold War and the struggle with the Soviet Union and the United States. They've been suffering the brunt of this conflict, and especially like Central Asia. If we go and look at like Central Asia, all of that has been practically.
But Mikhail, so you get into a school fight, right? Kid punches you in the nose. You don't like it. You blow his fucking house up because you lost the fight.
It's actually
no. The problem is people don't know how to take the L, the loss. They don't. They can't take the loss.
The world doesn't work that way. The world, if you go,
there's a winner and a loser.
If you go to Afghanistan and you're killing hundreds of thousands of civilians, and civilians are being killed and their homes are being bombed, no one is going to go and say, oh, it's not fair to go do that in the UK, for example, or in France, or any of the countries that decided to join in the aggression against Afghanistan, or even Iraq, for example. So the people believe if you bomb someone's home here and you kill them, and you go and you torture people in Abu Ghraib, for example, or torture people in Afghanistan or in Guantanamo, people believe that it is eye for an eye. If you do this to their countries, they are going to go do it to you. And just because you call it internally terrorism, or you try to like spin a propaganda around it, it is not going to negate eye for an eye. And you and me both believe in eye for an eye. Because I'm assuming you hold to the Torah.
I do, but what's your definition of eye for an eye? That's the difference.
An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and ear for an ear.
So wouldn't an eye for an eye, be military personnel fighting military personnel, which is exactly what's going on.
So if you're looking at Torah's perspective on eye for an eye, it doesn't mean you take my eye, I take your eye. You stab my brother, I stab your brother. That's not what it means. It means I should make you feel the same pain, whether it be monetary or mental, like anguish, of the same pain I felt because you took my eye. We're not barbaric and stupid where we believe that you do it.
Obviously, there could be compensation. No one is saying you can't have any other forms of compensation or equalization.
I agree with you, but that doesn't mean you can't go for an eye for an eye. No, but that's what I think. A lot of people misinterpret. They're like, you killed my brother, I'm gonna kill your brother. That's not what
it is valid. It is valid if no compensation is provided or no judgment takes place. Actually, that is valid.
According to the Torah, we need to have your own interpretation of the
How do you know that?
Well, because I know Torah.
I'm pretty sure. I know Torah too, and I know Torah too.
I mean, you're saying that it's allowed to kill a person because he took take an eye out of a person because he took your eye out. You're completely wrong. There is
until you can provide evidence. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's how we're discussing it.
All right, go for it.
Someone has a full discussion on eye for an eye. He's right. It discusses the judgments, right? The judgments of the court that needs to be applied. It has nothing to do with doing physical demonstration.
If a court is available to judge, but if someone their judgment isn't taking place, this person exacted a toll on you, and he's just loose out there. Do you
not have a right to go and exact a punishment equal in account?
Yeah.
Says who?
Absolutely not. That's the thing. You guys can't reference who you're talking about. I wanted to say something. Plenty of compensation for suffering, it might explain anger or resentment, but it doesn't justify terrorism, right? If you're not getting justice or compensation, it means terrorism becomes valid, and anyone that felt wronged could do that, right? And the whole world would become chaotic. There's loads of communities that have suffered without turning to terrorism. They've fall back when it let me finish. They fall back. Basically, they rebuilt without targeting civilians. That's number one, right? And the difference is terrorism is, I don't know if you know, terrorism is about intentionally killing people who are non-combatants, right? And that's never justified by lack of compensation. So wanting justice is understandable, but deliberately murdering innocent people is not. Well, it's definitely not justice. That's for sure. That's one thing that is definitely not justice. The fact that you're suffering. It's an eye for an eye. The fact that you're suffering doesn't give you a right to make other people unalived. That doesn't give you any such rights. And I think that's where the problem is, and that's why the title is what it is because people misinterpret the Quran, and then they also interpret it correct, where the gentleman the other day said that the Quran is a book of peace, but we pulled out, I think there was 9 or 10 surahs. That was just the beginning of the Quran. Actually, I would not be throwing rocks. I would not be throwing rocks when my house is being
Not on a highway, Mikhail. Save your rocks for the highway attacks, Mikhail.
I'm sorry, I've been to you. I provided any literature. No, you don't need to provide. It's obvious. No, it's not obvious. Yeah, it is obvious. It is obvious. It is obvious. People have nothing to do. Killing civilians in another country. Buddy, relax. Put your knickers into it, yeah? Killing civilians, I'll beat you out of the room. Shut the fuck up. Killing civilians in another country. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Killing civilians, listen, use your ears for once. Killing civilians, use your ears. You're dumb. No one agrees with you. Use your ears. That's what you never learn. You're not listening. Killing civilians in another country, bombing buses, attacking markets, that's not justice. That's indiscriminate revenge. That's why most legal systems and moral codes reject collective punishment. It's not high in the United States, you see NATO, and literally that's what they did. Target markets, target civilians. Most of the casualties from these wars are civilians. That's what it is. And not only that, we have these acts documented. We know what happened in Iraq, in Baghdad, in a market. We know what happened when Blackwater went in there and wiped out the market. We've seen what the Americans have done in Iraq and in Afghanistan, and whether that's dismembering Afghanis or even pursuing innocent Afghanis and putting them in black cells around the world, in Eastern Europe or in Egypt or something. We've seen all this, and people have been found guilty, and a lot of people have gotten away with the absolute Satanism that was committed in these acts. But this is America, literally Agent Orange alone on Vietnamese villages. That is a form of terrorism that has been unmet till today. The firebombing of every Japanese city, and then dropping 2 nukes on the last 2. There's so many examples of just America alone conducting acts. Terrorism would be too light of a word. So would you say, I've got a question for you. Would you say that even though the goal, would you say that NATO, for example, stating that the objective is to hit military targets and civilian deaths are unintended is the same as terrorism? Would you say it equals the same thing? Would you say that's America and a lot of these countries, and even all the access? So it's the same as dropping a bomb to your chest in the market. It's the same as is it the same as dropping a bombs your chest in the market, flying a plane around. It's worse. It's worse. I think you're a bit deleted, my man.
No, I think when you drop like a ton bomb on a civilian area, yeah, absolutely, that's worse than someone. Yes, absolutely, that's worse.
Right.
In any magnitude of the sense, it's worse.
So what you're saying, basically, if a person from a specific country, an European country, commits a terrorist act in Europe, then this European country is legally allowed to actually bomb this shit out of his country, right?
Who is the one who started? Yes, it is the West, not the Muslim world.
I'm not really curious.
These acts, listen.
You're just comparing.
All
You're
these
saying
acts of
retaliation,
quote unquote terrorism that you want to call.
You're saying retaliation.
All of them
justice,
came
right?
as a consequence following 9/11.
Is retaliation justice?
Retaliation is retaliation.
Is it justified?
It can be, yes.
Right. So it can be justified to just bomb the hell out of every European country that had the terrorists come out of it, right?
Again, the act, the unjust act was initiated by the West.
I don't care who initiated it.
So it is absolutely valid to respond to unjust acts conducted against you. If conducted against you in a specific nature, if an act by a hostile nation is conducted against you in a specific nature, you are allowed to respond back within that specific nature.
Okay, so you're justifying terrorism, therefore you should justify any act.
I'm trying to explain to you the phenomenon.
Against the terrorism, right?
I don't believe terrorism should exist, but I believe the response of terrorism can be terrorism, and this is a valid.
It is a valid, right? It is a valid response.
Yeah, because the West does it all the time. Because the West does it all the time.
I think it's so. It is a valid response from the West, right?
So, are you validating Israel's response after October 7th, Mikhail?
Not respond.
Are you then, because you're saying retaliation, are you actually saying that Israel retaliated in the sense of an eye for an eye after October 7th? Because I feel like you're alluding to that point, Mikhail.
You're making the same mistake Vels is making. Again, if you want to talk about the cycle of violence and who initiated the cycle of violence, I have no problem with doing that. However, the whole point is that it is valid for someone to respond against terrorism with terrorism. And this is done in many ways, especially by the West or even by many state actors or non-state actors. This is done all over the world. And this is one of the most ancient rules in humanity, an eye for an eye. And that's how it is.
So it is valid. Okay, so you're just...
So after October 7th...
problem hearing or something. I think you have a problem.
So wait, but wouldn't an eye for an eye like actually justify the fact that the Israelis are trying to get the hostages back because they're still being held?
They are doing what they need to do because they are Zionists, and Zionism is a specific project that has its necessities and principles. But if you want to why October
they're actually just caring for their citizens. They're trying to bring their citizens back alive.
No. If they cared about them, they would have agreed to a hostage exchange a long time ago.
Yeah,
they don't care.
But you're saying
the agenda.
He's saying the West. He's saying the West acted unjustly, so terrorism is valid, and then he's saying terrorism is valid because the West acted unjustly. He's basically.
I better just fucking look. I know. I was thinking.
They have rocks, right? It's just sand. Yeah, double rocks. Thousands of tourists, they drained it up into a sand.
My room's in light of matter.
Yeah,
you turned into a full flip.
At least the ones that I'm used to in America.
I'm a Christian.
Agree, you know?
No, my wife. Growing up, my grandfather lived in Rhode Island, so I would go to Cape Cod sometimes.
It's hard to have a...
Who just got in trouble in Cape Cod? Someone famous. Was it Alan Dershowitz?
That was Nantucket.
Oh no.
Nantucket.
I met Alan Dershowitz once at a private residence in Beverly Hills.
Of course you did.
And he was talking a lot about General Petraeus, and so I had set up a camera on the fireplace mantle with a 200 gigabyte memory card or whatever, and he's like, I hope nobody's recording this. And I was like, oh shit. I was like, should I say something? So I proceeded to record Alan Dershowitz talking about all kinds of interesting things with regards to General Petraeus. And I still have the footage, actually, but it's nothing really that interesting.
I think it was General Petraeus.
Yeah, that dope. He was cheating on his wife with some journalist.
Yes.
That's what I remember.
Except, how's Italy treating you? Are you enjoying your vacation?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Like going out to different places.
Exotic Diego are about to get dinner together on a show.
What do you travel? Did you rent a bus or something?
I think his wife is out of town.
Well, I'm going to Tel Aviv soon to go stay at the 360-degree hostel on the beach to hopefully find a wife, a beautiful Jewish princess who can become my number one and inherit all my riches and government subsidies.
Don't forget to drop my name when you talk to your animals.
Whoever this lucky woman is, she gets free dental health care. She gets free hospitalization, all her health insurance. She gets $2 million. She gets a 15-room, 5-bath house. She's going to be the luckiest shidducha, in Tel Aviv.
$2 million.
Yeah,
You get $2 million.
that's what my net worth will be when I finally croak.
Someone's been investing in their Roth IRA. Maximum investment. Yeah.
Do you think there's anybody
What is it? Is it 5K? What is it?
Month's contribution.
Now, I was gonna ask, do you think there's anybody who's ever blown up their traditional or their Roth IRA by day trading in it? Not destroyed it. I'm saying they made a huge amount of money, with gambling, day trading, buying options.
Can you do that? Is that legal?
Wait, can you trade options in your Roth? Because if you can blow that account out, can't you technically withdraw it tax-free?
It doesn't work that way.
Well, I mean, you can withdraw from your Roth at the correct age. I'm not saying you would do an early withdrawal, otherwise you have to pay the tax money.
It's like the Beatles said, baby, you're a rich man.
You know why they're never going to fully go digital for taxation? It's the same reason they never went digital for the COVID-19 vaccines.
Why is that?
Meaning that there's no back end to the IRS. There's no back end to the COVID-19 vaccines. It's all done on paper. It's a confession statement.
Hey, what are you, some citizen?
No, I'm accurately describing the situation. They take your tax return and they put it in an underground cave in Kansas City, Missouri. I've been to it.
Like what Elon was talking about with Social Security?
Well, he was talking about the federal retirement vault in that underground bunker or whatever, where it's all done on paper. So the founder of Airbnb is digitizing the federal retirement program. So it's no longer all done on paper, it's done digitally. Are you guys upset that Benjamin Netanyahu is going to take over the Gaza Strip and rule it, and win that? He's going to conquer the Gaza Strip militarily and take it over.
Nora told me this morning. She said, "I feel a chip out coming. I feel it. I hope that there isn't a full breakout."
Yeah.
What?
A chip that can
The New York 2.0.
Oh, you mean you're going to have a mental health breakdown when they do the final conquest?
My aunt was so kind to me yesterday. She was like, it's okay, Buddha. It's for you to react like that. People who aren't reacting like that are the ones who aren't normal.
That's a nice way to frame it.
Yeah, she's like, we accept you no matter what, as long as you don't just say, I'm gay. That we don't accept.
Oh wow, you should come out as trans.
Never. Actually, her Christian aunts were from Colombia yesterday. They only speak Spanish. They were so sweet. And then my aunt thought I could speak Spanish too, so she was telling me to say stuff in Spanish, and I sounded wrong. She was like telling me to say to them that that's my brother, and I said mi hijo instead of mi hermano. She's like, never mind.
The war will probably be over by next June, so if you do want to go to Tel Aviv and participate in the LGBTQ parade, like, you could let your mother know that you're not only are you not a racist, but you're also not a bigot.
It was not my mother, it's my aunt. She breastfed me when I was a child, so she's also my mother too, because in Islam you get breastfed.
What?
Yeah. Like when you
Your aunt was breastfeeding you?
She breastfed me one time.
Jesus.
What's it called? My cousin is getting married in Palestine next year, so I hope I can go, but I don't know if they'll let me.
Wait, are you sure that that's your aunt?
What do you mean?
Like, you sure it's just not like another mother? Like, because like, how many moms do you have?
I actually consider her my mother more than my mother.
Got it. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Islam. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad system, because I've been in Islamic houses where they do have multiple wives, cooking, cleaning. Like, it's like having a lot of employees working in your house. It's kind of
My aunt is actually the daughter of the second wife.
Oh my God. Not only is that your mother, it's also your aunt and your cousin.
You're so slow, John. Like, none of it connects the dots.
Well, I met this girl at the bar this weekend, and she's like, yeah, my husband will be here in just a moment, or my fiance. And she's like, FYI, my fiance is also my second cousin. I was like, you're marrying your second cousin? I was like...
Is she white?
She is white. She looked like she was poor white trash, but she had one of those nose rings that go in the base or the bottom of the nose. That's like the biggest indicator of like an insane liberal lesbian.
You mean the bull ring?
Yeah, the bull ring.
You're like the Nichols apple.
Do you like that? Because I don't understand how people use
No, I do not like that. I think it looks gross.
Well, I did date a girl that had that, but they have a very gnarly death scene of Final Destination Bloodlines with the guy that had a bunch of piercings. It's really funny when they turn on the MRI and it just keeps going higher and higher, and the guy's getting sucked in there. And at first it's just an earring, then a nostril ring, and then eventually it's the one on his cock, and it's getting sucked in there. Oh yeah.
You know, an African American gentleman, he recently died in an MRI. Did you see that? He had a big chain on it and it killed him.
I heard about that.
Yeah, he got stuck, right?
I don't know.
Can't believe they couldn't shut it down. You know, it's fucking crazy way to die.
John, you sound like you've been crying.
No, maybe I'm just like kind of nasally right now. Matrix, Diego. You know, we're doing a reading room today. If anybody here wants to break the vicious circle of Clown House of just talking endlessly and you know, having heated conversations about nothing, you can come to a room today where we will.
I actually learned today from Diego that scribing, like writing a book word for word, is a good way to learn how to. And he said read, but I thought how to write. So I'm gonna start doing that with my spare time.
You're gonna talk to yourself, talking to an AI chatbot, recording your words.
No, I'm gonna type it.
Oh, that's what you do.
Wait, Diego, is it writing it? Like writing it on paper, or is it typing it?
Writing it.
About right.
Oh, so it's not what you just said. So you're not gonna scribe. You're actually gonna write.
Well, scribing is writing, right?
No, I mean that's talk to text. You could call that writing.
No, they didn't have this. Anyways, Diego, what were you saying when you were in the Matrix?
Hang on a second. I was just saying that. Oh, I forgot.
I was sure it was a job, but I was willing to hear it anyways.
I forgot.
But anyways, as I was saying, we will be reading the Tao Te Ching today in 5-minute increments. If you've never read the Tao Te Ching or read a book in a while and you want to read a book here on Clown House instead of listening to people talk all the time and you talk about nothing and have heated discussions about Israel, Palestine, racism, gender, abortion, whatever, you can come to a room today and break the addiction of sitting here and talking about nothing.
The Taoists were the original founders.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Because they preach like seed intention.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Oh, yeah, you're right. I guess they do. David doesn't have to worry about that. I don't think David even creates a jackalope.
Oh, he's got David.
David, did you sterilize yourself with vodka?
With all due respect, I'm not going to answer that question.
I wonder if he would read it because he's drinking
I see my therapist in 2 weeks. I'll bring it up with my therapist. I have 2 master's degree. I'm a graduate of the.
What school did he go to? Nobody even knows.
He has 2 PhDs.
What's the name of that TV show that he has in his PTR? Because I think I remember that book show. Anyways, I hope you all have a great day. You know, Clown House is eventually going away, so you'll have to figure out what to do with yourselves.
What makes you say that?
We'll just watch you on YouTube.
Yeah, feel free to tune in anytime.
What makes you say it's going away?
Well, nobody could possibly sit here and waste their lives talking about nothing forever, right?
I mean, we've done it for 5 years.
We're on a roll, baby. Hey, how's it going? Marky Passio? Does this sound right? 199 Continental Boulevard. This is. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Legally, what a.
Like, maybe it's better that you didn't take the class.
Hey, my friend, how's it going over there? How are you doing? Princessia, when you see that innocent victim in that terror tunnel, starving to death, being axed to dig his own grave by his Palestinian Hamas Islamic terrorist handlers, how does that make you feel?
Does it make you feel when you see the Palestinians being killed indiscriminately, being starved, and then pretending that none of it is happening?
I asked you first, how does it make you feel?
That's my answer to you.
I asked you how you feel.
That's my answer to you. I feel that you all just don't care. So you expect the Palestinian not to care about others because you don't care.
So you project your lack of caring onto me. So I ask you again, how does it make you feel when you see that PTR? You know, this is part of the problem with people today.
You can't even say act. Like,
Most people are completely incapable of actually.
It's like, you know, you're a white man when you cannot pronounce the mispronunciation of ask.
Okay, so I'll ask you again, and please actually answer the question as opposed to reverse engineering it.
John,
and
listen.
projecting
Listen. Unlike the Jewish people and the Israelis and the Zionists or not all Israelis, because some are protesting against it, that I see on social media where they pretty much only believe that the hostages are starving and that everything else is Hollywood or God's good. No, I feel saddened for him. The reason why he is what he is because there is no food coming in to all the areas.
Well, that can't be the reason.
No, it is, because if you look at the hostages that were released before, they weren't emaciated. Why were the hostages
the ones who were emancipated were not emaciated?
Emaciated.
No, like the ones who were emancipated, they weren't even emaciated.
No, seriously, before the
I know, it's just the words funny.
No, I know, I realize what you're doing. I realize what you're doing. But they were actually healthier looking than most Palestinians when they came out.
Right, but if the reason that the guy is starving is because there's
no who the fuck cares? You guys are acting like you care about starving.
No, Rabbi, they don't acknowledge starving kids, only starving hostages.
Well, fuck the hostages and fuck the starving children. And nobody gets no
That's not very orthodox of you.
It doesn't matter. What matters is how much cash inflow do I get.
That's right. Yeah, that's not very Christian.
Well, look at the Jew telling us Christian and what's Christ like. Look at the Jew, look at the Yiddish guy telling us what we can be like.
Rabbi, do you realize?
How about you guys collectively, individually and collectively eat my ass? Check.
We hope that this is only a troll with Rabbi, but you never see the Christian side of Rabbi, if you realize.
Anomaly where you're not. Oh no, it's like really true. There's a lot of trends like pushing for men to remove and pushing for legislators to redefine when child support should be appropriate. And judges are starting to say 50-50 custody at the start unless you can prove to me why one parent is unfit. And if that parent is unfit, then we'll discuss what sort of support mechanism.
I mean, it's so amazing. You guys didn't care about the children of Yemen, 70% of which have cholera. You guys didn't care about those, right? Yet now you care. You act like you care about Palestinian children and Jewish children. Well, fuck you. Fuck you and those children. You get
Rabbi, does the Orthodox Church believe that Jews worship the same God?
Of course not.
Okay, just wanted to confirm.
I do want to concur with the sentiment that Rabbi has, because honestly, this room is a waste of time. You are all primarily a waste of time, and Rabbi has it right with that regards.
You guys argument. That's unbelievable. Instead of taking advantage of market movements today, all they talk about is gay shit, and nobody cares about it. They've talked about it for like years now. This October the 7th, which was an amazing day, don't get me wrong, but like you guys don't get what you're doing. I really don't.
Wasting the damn time.
Again,
I'm gonna come in power grinding onto your ass.
See, let me just tell you what a priority is, because I don't think people in this room actually know anymore what a priority is.
I've been talking about Grindr for ages, and today it went up 10%. Do you guys see
Rabbi,
that?
can you tell me what a
Really?
priority probability is?
Well, that's the priority. Is Grindr, GRND. I've been telling you that
It went up 10%?
It went up 10 points. Yes, it did. That's what matters.
That's right.
I would also be salty if, why are you making money? I want to be the one who makes the money. Why are you? So I understand why you guys are salty and choose to talk about gay shit.
It's like a grinder.
Yeah. Look who's gay now. You're missing out on all the facts. I mean, these are the SPC.
Holy shit, it really is, huh?
I told you.
Damn, it's a 3.39 billion. Can you believe this
It looks
thing?
like it's maybe forming like an inverse head and shoulders. Like it's like bumping out of the head now.
I'd rather go with Johnson & Johnson, but it doesn't matter. I've been telling
That's
you.
right.
Look at that damn stock.
Yeah, I like Grindr. I think I'm gonna buy some.
It does about 400 million a year in gay revenue. It's totally overvalued, though.
What makes you say that?
Wisdom one. So that's it. This nigga decided it's overvalued. They didn't do nothing from cash flow. They didn't do nothing. But it's overvalued.
Right.
Grindr is only going to continue to expand.
Of course. There's a lot of faggots out there.
Like Robin's butt cheeks.
But anyways, aside from that, I find it to be disgusting when Jews talk about rights. Honestly, Hitler should have killed all of you. At the same time,
Amazing.
Yes, Hitler should have killed all of you. He was right about you on most levels, I would say. And you guys are the scum of the earth. And on the other side, the Palestinians, you guys claim that you care about the children, but what about the Yemen? What about those? Okay.
I care about the Yemenites. You know who I think is the scum of the earth? Is hateful people.
The Jews. Okay, thank you. We're saying the same thing.
Not all Jews are hateful, and there are hateful people who are not Jewish.
You guys are the biggest niggers on earth.
I don't consider myself a bigger nigger.
Doesn't matter.
I think you're a bigger nigger than me.
Okay, but society.
Who is a bigger nigger? This is bigger. Listen, who is bigger? This is bigger.
Well, it was right about that.
Or Mrs. Bigger's me.
And everyone sees it. Everyone in the world sees it.
Diego.
Yeah, did you see the Carl Tuckerson ship? Most recent one.
Oh, I was actually watching it.
Carl Tuckerson. Yeah, Carl
Tuckerson.
No, not with the even Carl Tuckerson sees that the Jews are worse than Hitler, dude.
Well, the most recent one was with that Christian one.
I heard that Carl Tuckerson was part of the CIA. He's a CIA plant.
Well, if he was a CIA plant, he would be simping for Israel.
You know that Tucker Carlson's father was part of the CIA?
Well, according to Putin said he was rejected from the CIA, so I don't think.
Right, but that was like a wink. It was like, sorry to hear you did not get to the CIA.
So when are we going to do our own program?
That's right.
Carl Tuckerson. When are we going to go to all the synagogues and start shooting them down?
Go and shoot up a synagogue tomorrow. I'll watch it on the news. Why don't you go do it? Go ahead and do it.
No, I won't do it. But I don't want someone.
I mean, if you want to go shoot up a synagogue, just go ahead.
No, I personally won't do it. But I don't want to.
Okay, well then you're a faggot.
No, I'm not. I'm just an observer.
Well, you're a pussy.
Randy coming out guns blazing. Something like Houston on things.
I'm a boy.
I think he's in a manic state.
John, call the FBI. I hope you're recording this. Call the FBI.
I am. I'm live streaming this to an FBI watch center right now. They're triangulating Rabbi Randy McDickerson's location. They know that he visits the shawarma shop near his house regularly. They'll probably pick him up there soon.
Shoot up a synagogue.
You hear that, Randy? We're going to get you deported from Canada and have your ass sent back to Amman. Good luck at Reem Shawarma waiting in the line, punk.
Okay, so several things to know that.
Rabbi, why don't you speak
Number one, nigga. Good luck identifying me. Number two, nigga. I have the.
I thought your name was Benjamin Omar.
Well, this is Omar.
Benjamin Omar.
Well, this is America. As far as I'm concerned, I can say whatever the fuck I want. No, I do.
Oh, now you're an American.
Actually, you can't say I want to shoot up a synagogue. I don't think you can. Because I heard that I saw an interview the other day.
You gotta call
Listen,
the
Nigger, listen. I saw an interview. Listen, I saw an interview the other day with a guy who had recently gotten out of prison. He was in prison for 9 months for threatening to shoot up a house party. And then he was asked, were you planning on shooting it up? And he said, I didn't even have a gun. So he was investigated for his threat. The police found out that he didn't have a gun, but because he threatened to shoot up a party and it was a credible threat, he still went to prison for 9 months.
Yeah, but this is not a credible threat because we're online on the one with you. I never said
Rabbi's scared now. He's backtracking.
Oh, no, I never said I made it very clear, nigga. I will not shoot or do anything. I will break the law. I will find it.
Yeah, but you're inciting. You're inciting violence.
No, I'm not.
Rabbi, I will loan you your bail money.
I can't incite violence when I say, hey, Hitler was right about me. But the guy's gone. The guy's not there. So that's right.
Did Hitler like the Arabs? Was Hitler a friend of the Arabs?
So the Arabs are almost as bad as the Jews.
Aren't you an Arab?
I thought you meant the Muslim.
You're Arab.
Yes, I am Arab.
He hates his own people. He especially hates Muslim Arabs.
You're a self-hating Arab.
No one was worse than a Jew. I have self-awareness. That's the difference.
I have self-awareness. I don't even hate myself.
You don't have
I just am aware of my inferior.
You have self-awareness. You would be open about the Jewish involvement in the child rape, whether it be the initiation of the Idam or
what child rape are you talking
all the rape children, all the child rape tunnels under the New York City.
It's the only place where child rape is legal.
It's okay. There's nothing wrong with
child raping children is illegal in the Arab world.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Go to Lebanon. You can marry a 9-year-old girl. That's where your family's from. Aren't you Lebanese?
Yeah, but I think it's a lot, bro. The Jews need to stop.
It's halal. It's legal. They put it on YouTube. The Hadidi boys, the Bachi boys.
Yes, they did put it on YouTube. You see the Jewish, what are you guys coming out?
Go down into those tunnels to raise children.
This is the local synagogue. This is the Menachem Mendel synagogue where they're literally raping one fucking little boy. And that's why there's shit stains on the fucking mattresses and not blood.
You're talking really fast right now.
Where does it say there were shit stains on the mattresses?
Look at this nigga. Acting like he's never seen the pictures.
I saw some pictures, but I didn't see.
That's why Daddy Infant said that these guys, when you talk to them, it's as if you never did. And then they start acting like, oh, you guys are usually the biggest niggers. And I personally, I don't care. I like this. See, I'm just being honest. That's all it is. But I don't have any that. No.
You don't have any ill intent, but you wish the people would get on with the pogroms and
I think people should actually put you in a gas chamber. Which they never did, by the way. You were never put. We
were never put in the gas chamber, but we should have been. But they should have been put in the gas chamber. But they didn't. But they hired them on skip. I pop out like a chicken.
Yes, but I wouldn't do that.
All right. Well, at least I'm not you.
But I wouldn't mind someone doing it. That's what I'm saying. Sure. It's just like the Muslims of Europe. They won't jump your head off. But they don't mind if someone else does it. It's exactly the steps to that. I mean, if you want to do it, how about you do the Muslim world? Sure. Exactly.
Yeah, you're pulling a Nora because Nora has been there before.
I don't speak like Rabbi. I don't say that.
Music writer star. Well, I'm like one of the speakers thank you guys telling me about how many people are as I make money. How the fuck is that any
No, like I didn't even say the things that you say. Like you said worse things than I've ever said. Huh?
That they should be gassed.
Rabbi, because you're speaking really fast. I think that's a sign that you're not in your right state of mind.
I think you're in no position to determine that.
Rabbi, you're very angry today. Did you get confronted?
How am I angry? I'm telling you, right? I'm so happy with anything, right? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? You're looking at Bitcoin? Well, it went down a little bit today, but that's fine. guys are retarded. I'm just sick and tired of people wasting their time. No, you're not wasting my time. No, you're wasting your time. That's sickening.
I might put some dry powder in the grinder stock.
You always buy high, sell low.
That's right, but I see on the chart, excuse me, on the chart, it looks like it's just like bottoming. There's like a bottoming structure with the inverse head and shoulder. This looks like an inverse head and shoulder.
I would do head and shoulders. It sounds good for us, yeah.
This is the big part of your stock is bottoming.
Wow.
Yeah, it like bounced sharply off this like support level. I think that's like about. I think it's still good to get it not from the price. Like it could move up to like 24 easily.
My question is, why isn't there an app for each congressional district where the voters get to vote on whatever our U.S. Congress is voting on? If we're truly going to be represented, instead of sending someone to Washington,
Hello? Okay, now I want to say this.
Rabbi, are you on cocaine?
I know.
Oh, no, how are you guys doing? All jokes aside, let's actually be good people. Hold on a second. Let's not talk about gas. No, forget gas. That's what I'm telling you. If they actually gas them, then they'll actually be justified in saying that. That's what I'm saying. Is you have a self-fulfilling prophecy. You want to get. That's why you behave the way you behave. I will hide you, and I will hide you, but not at my expense. And I can tell you this: I will definitely tell them some of you. So I would hide some Jews that I like in my basement, and I will tell on other Jews that they get their gas. Would you hide me? Yes, I would hide. But I'm not going to set them up there. I would probably tell on them.
Well, I wouldn't hide you unless you were paying rent.
No, I would hide John. I would never hide John. This guy should survive at all costs.
Somebody wrote in my other room's chat, Diego blocked me, lol. He really hates Abby and anyone that's associated with her.
So that's Diogenes?
I don't know. It's somebody named Mini9.
Mini 9?
Is it Diogenes? Oh, maybe it's Abby.
Probably.
Oh, I don't know.
That's strange.
Abby is so retarded, dude. I'm sorry.
That's strange.
If you think Abby's retarded, but you
Yeah,
can't...
I'm gonna double check. I gotta check out. You ain't got shit, nigga.
I gotta get to Tel Aviv.
You gotta get to my ball sack. You're gonna get to fucking Epstein Island.
He did block Mini 9. That's one of the people.
Get to Epstein Island, nigga.
I can't imagine why somebody would dislike you guys and why you guys would dislike somebody else. I just don't know
Mini
why.
9 is Abby's burner.
I have
You
no
don't understand why I
fucking
love you.
idea.
Bye-bye. You're not the most liked person either, John.
Oh, really? I'm wondering, if we were able to track my likes, if they've gone up or down, or if it's still the same. I'm wondering how I'm perceived. If I'm perceived in a
You're
better
perceived as a
light.
totally insane person.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm saying
You know, John, I hear a lot of people say that you're very high IQ on this app.
yeah, people. It doesn't matter to me what people say about me because my goal is to try to win this primary in March. But I gotta tell you, to continue.
You know that niggas like you will never be in Congress, right?
Oh, I agree. I don't think I actually have a chance of winning, but we're gonna give it our best effort regardless.
Yeah, go for it. But take pictures. Take a lot of pictures.
Exactly. That's part of the
$2
campaign.
million to win a congressional seat.
Well, I don't know. Ventura won the governorship in Minnesota for 60,000 or something, or even less.
This nigger being in fucking Congress.
That would be amazing. I wish I could vote for him, but I can't.
But we can all say we actually know someone. We've been talking to someone in Congress. We've known him for 4 years. Oh, okay. Who is it? Oh, it's the biggest, most retarded guy on Cookhouse. Yeah, look, it's not looking right.
I don't think I'm the biggest retard on this app. Also, George Santos, who was on this app, did make it to Congress, but now he's in jail. So be careful. Be careful what you ask for. Be careful what you ask for.
Why are you appropriating Black people?
I'm not asking for anything.
Why are you emotionally upset when I ask a question? But I'm also.
Well, I did learn the Jew is black, so it makes sense.
She's also upset when people say gas the Jews when she literally was saying that they will be beheaded by ISIS when she was going crazy in an elevator.
I do have another room open right now called Stupid Low IQ Potential Terrorists and Promoters of Islam.
But the other room. So the people that can't be in here are listening to you through that room. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to have a promotion for Islam.
I mean, if you don't want certain people in this room, you're going to have to kick me out because I got no problem restreaming, live streaming, etc.
Well, clearly the Mimi person was blocked and banned from this house by Diego.
Why
did Grok get banned? Grok got what the fuck?
No, that's a fake screenshot, Rabbi. Don't believe everything you see on Twitter.
So we did get a big part of the campaign puzzle pieces figured out today. We got this antidote account set up and the checking account for the campaign set up. So very soon, I will be asking you all for $1 to $10 so I can.
No, that's not fake.
So I can hire people.
Yeah, it is. Click on Grok. It's literally not suspended.
Well, maybe it's suspended for a second. I don't know. This is Pierce.
No, it's a fake screenshot.
But Pierce Morgan posted it, and there's another guy with videos.
Let's see. Pierce Morgan posted it?
Yeah.
Let's see. No, he didn't.
How's your CFA? How's your CFA education coming, Randy?
It was suspended.
I'm almost done with the financial statement analysis script, but it's taking me a lot of time.
When are you going to take the test?
I wasn't able to put enough time into it. I'm taking the test in February.
I hope you pass it.
Rabbi, Pierce.
I will pass, but the thing is, you need to be very good because CFA level 2 is anal.
Yeah, it's a very difficult test.
Level 2 especially is super anal. So you better know level 1, nigga. That's right.
Isn't that your specialty?
I like to give, not receive. In this case, I'm receiving.
I think it's going to be really funny, when you start your first CFA job, but then you get arrested for making terrorist threats on the internet, and people just they're like, "Why did Randy get arrested?" And they're like, "He was apparently had a double life where he was on this social audio chat for years, screaming about the Jews and N-words, and and they're like, well, where is he now?" They're like, "Oh, he's in a holding facility. They're deporting him to Jordan." And he's going to be like, "I just passed the test! I just passed the fucking test, and this is how they reward me?" It's going to be so funny. You're gonna be in line at Reem Shawarma with a Fanta in your hand, and you're going to be on Clown House still, talking to us while you're back in Amman getting a shawarma. You're going to be like, motherfucker. And I'll be like, try to come to the U.S. and do something about it. Try to come back to the U.S. and do something about it.
I'll be in an elevator. That's all I want. When I go down, I want to be in an elevator.
Just remember, when you get in that elevator shaft, if you don't have thermite and all you do is cry and collapse on a suitcase, you're an ineffective terrorist.
You do know that prison is not so bad. If I go to prison, I'll probably convert all of them into Bitcoiners, number 1, Orthodox Christians, number 2. They're all going to become anarchists. We're going to have an amazing time. And I'm going to make a lot of friends in prison.
So I think a lot of people have this delusion about anarchy that they think it's something that could ever actually happen, but you do realize
especially in prison, people have contempt to the government.
I know, but you got to realize that the system is set up in a way that anarchy just cannot survive because there's a lot of police and there's a political industrial complex, which
you understand that in prison they don't like government.
Oh, no shit.
That is the best place.
No shit.
Best place to preach Bitcoin, orthodoxy, and anarchy.
The funniest thing about Bitcoin preachers is they don't realize that it's a CIA invention and you're all just suckers.
It doesn't matter. Do you know by the time I'm out of prison, I'll be a multi-millionaire?
So, John, what evidence do you support this?
I saw a video of this fat software developer saying, we got a call from In-Q-Tel, and they wanted us to work on this cryptocurrency project called Bitcoin. And it turns out that In-Q-Tel is the VC arm of the CIA. So we were like wondering, why is the CIA interested in cryptocurrency? Why is the CIA investing all this money into advanced technologies like the Enigma machine to make essentially secure communication and secure currency in the event that the Federal Reserve and Congress inflate the money supply to 37 trillion, to 50 trillion, to 100 trillion? It would be a good idea to maybe create a new digital currency. Hello?
It's a waste of time.
Ethereum, KGB coin, Bitcoin, CIA coin. Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello? Oh, man. Hello?
I could have been a CFA. I could have been a portfolio manager. Now I'm in line at Ream Shawarma, fucking with a Fanta in my hand. There's a camel over there, and there's like 30 cars queued up, spewing all this emissions into my face. Nobody's parked anywhere because they don't have any fucking parking spots that I'm on. Motherfucking John Kitover! I'm coming back to America, and I'm gonna find you, Mr. Kitover. And I'm going to donate $1 to your campaign to elect John Kitover. Maybe I could get a green card to come back in and work at BlackRock for the Jews. You take a job working for the Jews in 10 seconds, you cheesy, cheap Arab, kanafa-eating, goat-licking motherfucker. You would work for BlackRock. You would work for, who's the other one? Goldman Sachs in a second if they were paying you $400,000 a year. You hypocritical motherfucker.
I don't want to work for Jews. They don't pay their employees much anyways, and they don't promote you unless you're a Jew. And so why would I work for someone like that?
Well, you'll have to determine, who you're going to work for as a portfolio manager after you pass the CFA.
I don't have to pass the
Everybody got a couple hundred. Everybody got like 400,000.
I would like to have my own thing.
Yeah, everybody wants their own thing. But everybody who's a billionaire, did you know they made their money not with their own thing, but they made the seed money?
Yeah, but look at Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett is objectively the biggest, the best. He is a legend. He's the best investor in the history of man, probably. Yeah. And the way he started wasn't by working for some company. The way he started was by getting the money of those he knows in his surrounding and making something out of it. And so, yeah, you need to work in Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan. You need to be in Wall Street, whatever. If you want to, if you want people to actually say, hey, this guy has been pulling triggers. Or you could be doing it for those in your surrounding. Like in my case, I have my brother, I have my mother, I have my girlfriend. And
we know you're small time. Listen, somebody in the chat, Lane Lynn, wrote, they don't want to put me in because I talk truth. What an identity crisis, mental illness. These fake Jews suffer massive mental illness. He forgot to take his med. And then whoever this Mimi is or whatever, they wrote, my trash bag had a crash out in Amir's room earlier. He needs your hypnosis, John Kitover, to regulate his nervous. So sad, you almost feel bad for this son of a Holocaust whore. He's scared of the little girl.
Where's Lane Lynn? She's my boo-boo. Ping her in.
Jews slime. You will never be a real Jew. You have no ancestry.
Why are you like this, Jew? Did you forget your medication again? I should well know. My precious dear, I like to suck baby's dick and wake.
Wow.
What is it with the squeaky voice? You guys all have that feeling. And I'm gonna break your kids. Because I'm about to break your little boy.
She's amazing.
Baby dick suckers are funny. Baby dick suckers are funny. John is trying to stop a drama. That Oxwood's really fucked you guys up mentally.
Amazing PTR and amazing impersonation.
Diego, one of the people that you get was complaining to John that we'll listen to each other.
No, this is Lane.
Oh my god.
This is some kind of demon spawn inside of Lane speaking right now.
could be more sympathy and love than together.
The communist promised me the land 3,000 years ago.
I love it.
This is literally like listening to Beelzebub or some kind of demon creature speak through the voice of a woman. Here we go.
Lovely song. I love that song. That's my shit. That's my shit. I take a shit to that too, but.
What did you say, Noda?
I want to say, you know how you banned a bunch of people from your house? One of the people that you banned was complaining to John that you that they came to make sure. That has to be Abby's brother.
In the tunnels, under the tunnels, I love to suck baby.
Oh my god.
When you said the name, I went and pulled up the ones I sent you, and it was one of the ones I sent you.
You losers do realize that anyone can get an anonymous account and listen to your stupid rooms. You do realize that, right? No, you can't ban an anonymous unless you know the profile. And you can't know the profile unless you have anonymous, and then you can view who viewed you, if they view
How
you.
you raise your kids.
Well, John,
I know, who cares? So fucking lame. Get a life, losers. And this is a message to myself too. I mean, all communication is projection. So like, if I call you a loser, but I'm hanging out with losers, I'm fully willing to accept the responsibility of being a loser. But I just hope you losers know, you know, there's still the number one loser. There you go.
How do you deal with that? Fuck.
Lane, can you take a break for a second?
Okay, I want to ask a question. I've never seen a Jew play sport. Why are you guys so like nerdy? You guys are like Indians. You never play sports. You never wrestling. Never. Why?
Well, I know. I asked this Indian guy I know. I said, "Is your son going to play any sports?" He goes, "No, man." He goes, "We do computer science." He says, "We don't fucking play sports like you." It's like, all right.
I'm just saying, I've never seen a Jew play sport in my fucking. Because you guys are raised that way. Your father's effeminate. Your father is too busy in Thailand getting fucked by some Thai ladyboy, right? And like your mothers are narcissistic, and I feel sorry for you guys. Raised are fucked up, mentally fucked up the way you guys raise kids, right? I don't even think you love your kids. I don't even think Jews know how to love. No. Maybe that's why you guys are so mentally ill.
That's kind of true, yeah.
I mean, you do realize that that's all projection, right? Like that, what she just said is her life. I hope you guys realize that when you cast aspersions, like that's your life.
Sound like it's projection.
It does sound like projection, exactly.
Just the way she's speaking.
Agreed.
Not what she's saying, but how she's saying it.
Go ahead, Lane. Tell us. Did you just tell the truth about yourself?
Shut up. That's true. Your women look like trainees, and your men are faggots. Like, it's true. Everyone knows this. Even the niggers know this. Everyone knows about you guys. You know.
Diego, you not there? No, this is.
I know.
This is my boo-boo.
Why do you guys love niggers so much? It's because like you guys are like use them as like minion pet slaves, like to target people, right? You use niggers and Indians to attack whites or attack your enemies, right? Because the only people you can align with is niggers and Indians. That says a lot about your people. I'm just saying. It says a lot about your people that the only ones you have are niggers and Indians. That's sad.
Did you guys give birth to that thing? How did you create that thing? I never heard of that Lane before. You sick bastards. You projected your own demons into Lane, and you created a super demon known as Lane Lynn.
Oh, man. She's amazing. She's not checking the telegraph, man. She'll open up your telegraph.
Good morning, Tel Aviv. So do you think Benjamin Netanyahu, do you think it's a feint or a bluff that he's not actually going to do a full security perimeter and take the whole Gaza Strip?
I mean, Diego's been saying that's been the goal from the beginning.
I think it's a bluff. I don't think they're actually going to go in there and.
He reads the Jews very well.
Well, she's asking me about mineral.
I think Netanyahu's bluffing.
Get that sweet.
I think Netanyahu's gaslighting. Actually, it's just like gaslighting. It's just a gaslight. But if I'm wrong.
You will get to Hitler, Diego. You'll get nature.
But if I'm wrong, and Netanyahu does take the Gaza Strip and defeats Hamas, it's kind of like a Pyrrhic victory, or I was thinking it's like one of those things just like, don't kill your enemy or you kill yourself. So it's like, if he wants to live longer, he should actually just, perpetuate and delay. Just a thought. You ever see that in the movies, how it's like, if you kill your secret twin, you kill yourself, Maybe it's too
Did you read the book How to Kill a Mockingbird?
I think
Yeah.
so.
Kill a Mockingbird? Yeah.
I watched the movie too.
I'm leaving now. Other people keep inviting me. She said aside. Well, you don't have to, nigga. Okay, I'm just gonna tell her nigga. And that's it. Okay, sorry.
Send her the link to the room, Rabbi. Why are you making it so complicated?
I just told her nigga.
You know what I like is that you guys use the N word so much, only when there's no like N words in the room. So, what does that say about you that you're so cowardly that you like to drop it? I think you actually like to drop it more when you know that I'm here because I'm live streaming it, and it gives you like some kind of weird, dopamine plus sign or something. What do you think?
I think cursing is classless.
Let's get you bad. Like when you say nigger, faggot, kike.
Got it. Well, anyways, let me know when you're back in Amman eating at Rim Shawarma. I would love to hear the experience live.
John, are you sending it to the FBI?
I would love to be at Rim Shawarma. Who the hell goes to Rim Shawarma?
No, I know a lot of Jordanians, and they never talk like Randy. Randy's actually trash.
Yeah.
That's okay. I mean, he's not like total garbage. He's not like on the park bench smelling like a homeless bum. He's trying to take a CFA.
What I want to know about Rabbi is if this is his real voice or not, or if he's like changed his
He literally
voice.
told me to buy Walgreens, and then it went down 88% or some shit. What are you talking about?
I told him to buy Walgreens. It was a bad investment.
Yeah, he was telling me to buy it, then it went down to shit. Hey, I think he sold it. I don't know.
I sold it, yeah.
You sold it when?
I didn't lose much, maybe 20%. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a lot. Costco guy.
Yeah, but not a lot when I probably only had like a couple $100 in it.
Child.
Things are gonna get easier.
Come on now.
Anyways, I hope you guys will come to the other room that Roger Mayhem, aka Mojo, will be starting soon. It goes on in 40 minutes. We will be reading in 5-minute intervals the Tao Te Ching, and then they're going to do.
Out of all the niggas, you choose.
Yeah, Roger Mayhem is helping me with my political campaign, so it's good to have smart people with money on your
I
side.
thought Lou was.
No, Lou is an AI schizophrenic loser, but he's more than happy. He's more than welcome to work on the campaign. I would love any of you to help me spam my campaign out. If you have an X account that you want to rebrand and change as a campaign HQ account, please tell me now or tell me in the future that you want to help me spam out my campaign, because this is all communication is spam, politics, and projection.
No, there's no projection. In these cases, there's no projection except with rivals. That's right.
I know the Jordanians that I know, they would never speak evil of Jews. You know why? Because the Jews here in Chicago saved them from a lifetime of imprisonment for murder. The Jewish lawyer saved him, and forever he loves the Jews. So, just know who your friends are in your time of need.
Rabbi, is Lane the one that has the profile "You will never be a real Jew"? Is that her profile?
What? I don't know. I'm not checking it right now again. It's Lane Lynn. Oh, sorry.
She has in her profile "You will never be a real Jew. You have no ancestral ties." And it's really long.
She's got a sweet ass.
You know what? That might not be Abby, actually, the Mini 9. I don't know who that is. Because they wrote interesting... No, I don't think so. They wrote interesting perspective from the Jewish people about the current state of Israel at nonzionism.com. I don't think Abby would write that, actually, so I don't think it's Abby.
That's fine.
But why are they in your room?
Because for whatever reason, like you said, you have this person blocked, so it's like moth to a candle. What do you mean? Why are they in my room? They're in my room because they can't listen to your stupid room.
You were right on the money, though.
Is that right?
Second, you did say already, you already said that you're talking about the IDF in Israel, and you said it like 5 minutes ago. I'm just telling you that you have there like deliberately targeting civilians, and you want to focus on.
So this is a question I have for the room. A lot of people, say Jews is Israel and Zionism, synonymously. My question to you is why can't you just think about it Israeli as an Israeli without attaching the word Jew or Zionism or Arab, etc.? Like, isn't an Israeli a distinctive and unique person?
Other than gay shit like Israeli, Jew, and nigger. Like we're here to talk about stocks and making money. Exactly. You guys are such a waste of time. It's absurd. Holy, what does that mean?
All right, the book reading room has started. So have a good afternoon.
We said we were going to wait till 1:15 to get started. In his defense, we originally agreed 1:30 Pacific time. So when I moved it to an earlier time, he may have missed the signal. So, but John's here. Congressman, would you like to explain to people what we're doing today and perhaps take the liberty of reading the first verse?
Yeah. So welcome to a Mojo positive vibration experience organized by Mojo. I think because, maybe he agrees with my sentiment that not enough people are reading on this app and they're actually just having heated conversations and debate nonstop. And they're really primarily doing it for the dopamine creation effect. So to break that vicious cycle of dopamine addiction, there is this amazing external hard drive called a book. Some people have heard of it. It's, pre-database, and it is a storage device of highly refined intelligence that some people spent their entire life experiencing to write that one, sacred book. So today, from my book club to your book club, I think the Tao Te Ching is one of the smartest books ever written. And I talk about economics a lot, or the Federal Reserve and the national debt, and the optimization of our economy. To me, the best optimization is freedom, because I believe in the human brain as being the ultimate way to optimize. So this book to me is a lot about optimization. It's just such a phenomenal book because it touches on so many topics and it's so universal. The word Tao is synonymous with the word God. It's a 3-letter word. Tao is God. God is Tao. Many Christians may, find that to be, controversial or insulting. But I think when you actually read, as opposed to talking about a book like in a traditional book club, this is an active reading book club. So the Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu he's a Chinese philosopher. He writes about governance, the government. He writes about economics. He writes about the soul, you could say, about nature, about the universe. It touches on everything. So I hope that's an interesting introduction for you. And welcome to In the Muff, the book reading room of the Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu.
John, would you do the honors of reading the first verse, and then we will find speakers that want to recite verses 2, 3, and so on.
Should we go in order? People on stage?
Let's first of all, I want to make sure we have consent. Some people might not have known what we're doing here. I would just ask, just blink your mic if you want to be in the queue to read. Looks like David does, Kristen does, and I does.
I will actually have to go grocery shopping though right now.
Okay, everybody does. Okay, then we'll go in PTR order, but we'll start with why don't I do this? I'm going to moderate John, and then John's going to go. We're going to go through everybody else, and then if we have time permitted, my illiterate ass will try to get a verse in. So John, go ahead.
Okay, I just downloaded the PDF. If anybody here, well, let's all use the same document. So click above, download that PDF. I'm going to chapter 1. Here we go. So take the deepest breath of the day. This is the Tao Te Ching. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The unnameable is the eternally real. Naming is the origin of all particular things. Free from desire, you realize the mystery. Caught in desire, you see only the manifestations. Yet mystery and manifestations arise from the same source. This source is called darkness. Darkness within darkness, the gateway to all understanding. When people see some things as beautiful, other things become ugly. When people see some things as good, other things become bad. Being and non-being create each other. Difficult and easy support each other. Long and short define each other. High and low depend on each other. Before and after follow each other. Therefore, the master acts without doing anything and teaches without saying anything. Things arise and she lets them come. Things disappear and she lets them go. She has but doesn't possess, acts but doesn't expect. When her work is done, she forgets it. That is why it lasts forever. If you overesteem great men, people become powerless. If you overvalue possessions, people begin to steal. The master leads by emptying people's minds and filling their cores, by weakening their ambition and toughening their resolve. He helps people lose everything they know, everything they desire, and creates confusion in those who think that they know. Practice not doing, and everything will fall into place. The Tao is like a well, used but never used up. It is like the eternal void, filled with infinite possibilities. It is hidden but always present. I don't know who gave birth to it. It is older than God. Okay, those are the first four chapters or verses of the Tao Te Ching. If somebody wants to start at 5, how many do you want to read? 4, 5, 5 minutes each?
That's fine. Let's just go 4 each. David, if you want to read the next 4 starting with 5?
I'm ready. The Tao doesn't take sides. It gives birth to both good and evil. The Master doesn't take sides. She welcomes both saints and sinners. The Tao is like a bellows. It's empty yet infinitely capable. The more you use it, the more it produces. The more you talk of it, the less you understand. Hold on